said something similar on
like
the Phil
if Andrew
Simmons
Berry
podcast.
gets this wrong, and I know we don't know truthfully how loyal at this point Jimmy Haslam is to Andrew Berry, and so maybe I just have this wrong because he's going to be with Andrew Berry for the next 5 years no matter what happens. But the way I see it, if you don't get this hiring right, like you should have been fired already, but you're definitely fired after this season if you don't get it
I'm
right.
officially annoyed with this coaching search. I am. And I want to be clear. I'm not annoyed at the Browns at all.
They're doing their due diligence.
As of right now, the Browns have done relative what I've asked them to do, right?
Casted a wide net, brought some names in there that not everybody was thinking about.
Brought some names in that we were thinking about. I think Jim Schwartz has a decent chance at this. I think that's something we asked for. I think looking for experienced coaches. They have brought in at least one or two of those guys on interviews. So it's not about the Browns. It is about the way this head coaching search is being talked about and the way people just can't say the words, I don't know. Don't you worry about it, baby doll.
Okay, baby doll.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick. We are Afternoon Drive today. Happy, hey, how the hell you doing Monday? We got a big story in college football today, the national title game. Huge weekend of NFL playoffs, another firing to discuss, another hiring to discuss, and we seem to be in the second round of the Browns interviews towards their next head coach are these, the succulent six, as many people, it's just me, many people are referring to it. We got a Cavs game today. Can they beat OKC? And if they do, will they win the NBA championship? It's pretty much science at this point, but we got Jax Gregory on the board. Yes! We've got Michael Markoch, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and of course producing for us today. Make sure, by the way, watch us on YouTube there. Make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked. And make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. Michael also holding down the fort with the 2020s. He's doing pretty much everything today, he and Jax are. And I'm just being fat and talking into a microphone. But across me from Ford today, rather, the man, you know, he's naughty at nights. He's Jake Volnick. What's up, buddy?
We're doing good today. I mean, you fat and talking into a microphone. You could just rename the show for today specifically, fat and talking into a microphone.
I always feel bad because JP's like, you know, like when we'll have people on the internet comment on our videos and they'll be like, these two fat guys. And I'm like, is my fat like transferring over to him in these videos? Am I just so fat that whoever sits next to me, they immediately like they're now 50 pounds heavier? Because if so, you've probably got diabetes today on the internet today, my friend.
No, it's a combined weight of the show, right? One person's fat, you take the combined weights, and now the show's fat.
It's like a pro wrestling tag team with combined weight of, I don't even want to think about how much we might weigh.
No, let's not do that. We'll all feel better if we don't.
It's interesting. I was, Friday I came in and thought we'll talk a couple national title segments. We're going to have some Cavs stuff after the Cavs and Thunder play later in the show. Kind of knew where the guests were going to be, and we got a pretty nice guest lineup today. And then the weekend in football happened, and all hell went loose. Like something we're not going to talk about today because Sean McDermott got fired, Kevin Stefanski got hired in Atlanta, and we have the succulent six in Cleveland, is the fact that Bills fans right now, today, if not for McDermott getting fired, would be talking about how bad Josh Allen was on Saturday and how you can't really say, oh, the Bills failed him with how bad he played. The obvious catch into an interception, which was then reviewed, and then the very next night, there was a complete same play, opposite result after review. And then the third one, which would be the first OPI in overtime, which was egregious and allowed the second one to happen, which was, in fact, it wasn't OPI, DPI. That's one of the things I want to get into today that's like, other than this right here, that's as far as we're going with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wild weekend that we got into. There's so much to react to. But, I mean, I don't know that there's a more miserable fan base right now for today than the Buffalo Bills. And it's like, it's to the point where, like, I don't get that pain because losing the playoffs, like, all I got is going back to the Browns-Chiefs to get into the AFC Championship game. That should have been a targeting call to feel that way. But there's also looking at it and being like, no, I get it. Like, I definitely get it. There were so many of the... I feel like the thing that they're latched onto right now is definitely the defensive pass interference, or the interception. Was it an interception? Like, I see every clip of the Devontae Adams pass that gets ripped out, and it's like, oh no, that's a catch. And everyone just sitting there with their palms up, like, guys, did we miss something?
I just think the beauty of the NFL, because we always have companion calls when we have more than 2 games going on in a weekend. If something happens in one game, you can almost guess that there's going to be a mirror play. The difference here is it is as one-for-one as you can get, with opposite results. Like, that's what's crazy to me, is it's not like, well, the context is slightly different over here from this one. The 2 calls across 2 different games, it was the exact same play, almost, to the T of what had happened, and completely different results came away. And again, like, there's no fix. You can't undo what happened to Buffalo, but you can only go, like, if you didn't have the other play in the Denver-New England game to compare it to, it wouldn't be as absolutely holy crap that really just happened to you as what it is today.
Yeah, I think that if you go into, like, the fact that we got 2 different results is really the problem, right? Like, that's the problem of going through.
Did I say the wrong game, by the way?
I think you did. You said Denver-New England, which
Yeah,
I think
it
is the
was
game that we
Chicago.
have coming up. But it was the Rams game? Yeah,
Yeah, it was
Rams
the
and
Rams
Bears.
game.
Yeah. But the fact that you get 2 different results, like, that's the point where I sit there and it's like, okay, can I see, by the way, the Bills catch interception going either way and it being a perfectly fine call? Yeah, I really didn't have a problem with it. The fact is that then you get the next game and it's the opposite call, and it's like you look around and you go, but there's just very clearly no, like, baseline. Like, we're back to what is a catch, the Dez, was it a catch or not type of rule where, okay, well, I have how many different officiating crews where it feels like half of them are calling the game completely differently, and it doesn't help that the Bills, I thought the refs did such a nice job throughout the first 4 quarters, especially at the end of the 4th quarter, of not, like, intervening and taking the game over. And then we got to overtime, and I was like, oh, and it's your game. Okay.
That's what made it so confounding, is there were so many moments where the broadcast team was like, they're letting him play out there. This is how we like it. And then in overtime, the refs were like, we really haven't made this about ourselves yet, so we're going to go ahead and do that. But obviously, we can only talk so much about the game because Sean McDermott getting fired could have impacts. And people have already made the connections between the 2016 the head coaching search, where the power brokers at the time wanted Sean McDermott, and yet Jimmy Haslam chose Hugh Jackson. So Sean McDermott gets fired after the 2nd round exit, and it's funny. Like, this is kind of like the is it a catch or is it an interception call? I can understand both sides. I do think there's some short-term memory loss from Buffalo. I don't want to say it's the wrong play. You're doing everything in service of trying to get that quarterback a championship, but this is just such a crucial it's such a crucial, pivotal moment in Bills history that you better get it right. Because I think people just think no matter who they hire, that guy's going to be the guy that takes the team to the Super Bowl. He better. Because Sean McDermott's a really damn good coach, and he is the guy. Like, people think it's all about Josh Allen. It's not. Sean McDermott got them back into the playoffs his first year. He was part of the group that selected Josh Allen. He was also part of the group that helped develop Josh Allen. And I know that all is, I guess, hollow today for a lot of Buffalo fans. I think there are some people that are just happy that there was another movement on another coach. Get it right, Buffalo, because I can't tell you today I think this is the right move.
Yeah, you want to talk about it. People say, like, Kevin Stefanski basically got screwed over by the team that was put in front of him. You want to talk about a guy that probably got screwed over by the team put in front of him. I mean, Josh Allen's wide receivers this year didn't exist. Like, Khalil Shakir was your wide receiver. That is the equivalent of having Jerry Jeudy as your wide receiver 1, is having Khalil Shakir as your wide receiver. It's like,
well, Mr. Pink Cocaine Stephon Diggs is in the AFC title game with New England, by the way. Just a quick, for what?
Even just to tack it on top. But it's like, yeah, you kind of look around and it's like, okay, well, Keon Coleman obviously was a miss, and he wasn't any good, and that showed up in that game where you just get to decline a penalty, and he doesn't. But, like, there was nothing there. Even the defense had taken a relative step back from where it had been in previous years, and this was the year Josh Allen was supposed to make a climb. Like, yeah, the AFC, the entire playoff picture got really weak, but so did the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is you don't have to have a fall guy every year. Like, you're allowed to have a year where, hey, we just didn't get the right mixture right. And I think that's missing. I think that's something that Pittsburgh and Baltimore have been very cognizant of, that sometimes it takes a year or two to get the mix right. The timing could not be worse. Like, if Mahomes and Lamar, if those Joe Burrow, if he had lost to one of those guys yesterday, I think McDermott still has his job.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I could see it, but This is the problem, though. Is like, okay, so the Bills got weaker this year. You didn't know that, like, Burrow was going to be out of the playoffs. You didn't know Mahomes was going to be out of the playoffs, and these teams are going to be bad. Like, some of it you could project, right, where the Chiefs going to be as good as they were in years past. We said that a million times, but this year felt like it was a real possibility. But at the same time, like, you don't put the team around him. Like, part of it was Josh Allen's own struggle. There wasn't much in that game that I turned around and looked at. I was like, wow, McDermott just did not set up this team for success. That team is not ready to. The guy's got a near double positive record in the regular season and is out because the team in front of him wasn't good enough to succeed. Like, yeah, some of it's on a head coach. I get it. Like, they've had those kind of like bypass years, right? Where they feel like they have the right pieces in place. You have Stephon Diggs. You have a solid defense. You have Josh Allen. You fold to Mahomes. Where it was like the first time you had the opportunity, team might not be as good. It's also like take that climb, make the step above. You didn't get it done, though.
I just think there's some. I know we live in the championship. I'm fighting a losing battle here. All right, because championships are all that matter, and every move that is made in pursuit of that becomes the right move because that's the only thing. Okay, but you did cut the head off the snake here. There is a chance you could have still won a championship with Sean McDermott, and there's some rumblings that maybe Joe Brady just gets bumped up. I don't know what Joe Brady's ever done other than succeed with great quarterbacks, which would make him like, I don't know, every other coach I've ever seen. Like he gets a lot of credit for the LSU success with Joe Burrow. He gets a lot of credit for his success in Buffalo with Josh Allen. And it's like, all right, he didn't create Josh Allen. He didn't draft and develop Josh Allen. He was just the latest OC. I don't know. Sean McDermott's a really good coach. And time will tell what happens as his next staff. We'll see if that's Cleveland, by the way. I tend to believe what a lot of people believe, that if I'm Sean McDermott, I'm looking a lot closer to Pittsburgh or Baltimore than I am Cleveland in a scenario. But at least it's something we can at least have the conversation about with Cleveland and how does this impact the coaching search. But when I look at Buffalo, I'm like, all right, I'm not going to continue to come back to. I understand why you made this move. You better make the right one. Because you could as easily, like when the Browns moved on from Marty Schottenheimer in, I think, 88, I think is when they did. They then went to Bud Carson. Then they and they had a couple stops and starts, and that basically cost them 3 years in the middle of Bernie's career. So was it Marty Schottenheimer's fault? I'm going way back in the Wayback Machine, but was that Marty Schottenheimer's fault, or did you just have a team that was in transition from one kind of supporting cast around a quarterback to another? And I think Brandon Beane is a good GM. He's had a bad offseason. Good GMs do have. Eric DeCosta has had bad off seasons. He drafted 75 wide receivers for a decade, and none of them were any good still. Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers is as good as it gets. Those are nice players. They're not dominant players. So, I just come back to whether it was Beane or McDermott or Allen, I think you had the Holy Trinity. And so rushing to it, to me, this screamed of I'm bored with the success we're having, and we're gonna and not rebuild, but we're gonna rebuild around this quarterback or retool around this quarterback and hope we can go greater. That's great if you win. If you don't, then you look like the clown in the end.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where you balance how much do you want a championship versus how much do you appreciate what you have right here, and whether what is actually going wrong in Buffalo right now that is the result of we're not getting a championship. Because I think you could look at the game and probably argue Josh Allen didn't play that hot, right?
I would say Josh Allen's the reason they lost.
Yeah,
even with the catch, no catch, interception, even with the blatant, ridiculous calls at the end of that, even all that being said, no, it's Josh Allen didn't play well enough, and that's more the problem.
Right, and you look around, I struggle to see what else is wrong with Buffalo, other than the things you just mentioned. Your GM, Brandon Beane, has a bad offseason. The team is not built to be in a perfect position. I just don't see, everybody's under control there. It's not like the locker room's going wild. Everything seems to be in about the right spot. You just have to be able to kick it up one notch, which probably with a better roster you would have.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says. What's your Twitter handle again?
At Volnick Jake.
I knew that one. It was always mishmashed. On Twitter, social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We do want to hear from you today. And just your thoughts. Does Sean McDermott jump to the top of the Browns head coaching search for you? Sal Capaccio, Bills reporter and sideline man for WGR in Buffalo, coming up at 2:40. We'll talk about whether it was a surprise to him that Sean McDermott got fired. We got Cynthia Freeland, NFL.com, coming up at 3:20. The Atlanta fit for Stefanski. We'll get into the Browns head coaching search. How far are the Browns away? Cynthia at 3:20. Quick hits at 3:40. We've got Mary Kay Cabot to talk McDermott. The Browns search, as many are calling the succulent six for the Browns second-round interviews. Mary Kay coming up at 5:20. Cavs talk. We got national title talk, but should Sean McDermott jump to the top of coaching candidates for the Cleveland Browns? And Jim Schwartz Day? What does that mean for us? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Sal Capaccio, WGR in Buffalo, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll break down the Sean McDermott firing. It's interesting. We have the succulent six. So the 6 known second interview candidates for the Cleveland Browns. Today it's Jim Schwartz. It's also going to be Jesse Minter, Nate Scheelhaase, Todd Monken, Mike McDaniel, and Grant Udinski. And as of right now, BetOnline has Grant Udinski is the favorite to get the job, then Schwartz, then Mike McDaniel. I obviously have opinions on all of this. What I will say is I think the same thing is true of the McDermott availability as with John Harbaugh. Not to the same degree, because one dude won a Super Bowl, one dude did 18-year bid in Baltimore and had a lot of success, and the other didn't win a Super Bowl or even get to a Super Bowl with Josh Allen. But you can still run the succulent 6, the last 6 guys, or the 6 known guys to get a second-round interview, while also gauging through back channels, hey, is McDermott interested in this job? And if so, can we set up a quick... at least a quick brunch, maybe take them out somewhere nice in Lakewood. They got a lot, Westlake, a lot of really nice brunch spots out there. Maybe Ohio City. I don't know. Just to at least see how serious of a candidate he would be. Like, I don't think it's as simple as you slam on the brakes just because McDermott's there, but you do have to figure out what you might have there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a mistake if you looked at a guy that's had that much success and didn't bring him in. I don't know necessarily. Like, probably my top candidate, I think. Like, just because of the success that you've had, because I do think that you look at Buffalo, they were relatively, like, I think that locker room was structured. I don't think that you had a ton of, like, you know, questions on whether McDermott's a leader of men. Like, I can go back to the Keon Coleman I think he was late to a meeting, and it was 1-game suspension. Like, you instantly know you're being held accountable. Like, all of those things kind of fit. And again, you pair it with the success. I think that he instantly has to come in. But yeah, I don't think that I'm, like, tearing apart my entire search to be like, we got to go all the way in on McDermott. Because I think you also look at the 6 guys that you have right now, and you kind of turn around and go, okay, well, there's a handful of these guys that are also being interviewed elsewhere that, like, if I fall in love with Jesse Minter, if that's the guy that I want to move forward with, there's also, like, 3 other teams that are legitimately serious, if not more, about Jesse Minter right now. And by the way, one of them is probably in the AFC North.
Yeah, I do think you're going to run into some complications here where the first time I saw McDermott got fired, I thought Baltimore. I just thought... a respected guy, kind of, again, off that Andy Reid tree that John Harbaugh was of. I think this is a guy known for developing defensive talent, which was kind of one of the bugaboos under Harbaugh. I still think Pittsburgh's going to do what they've always done, which is defensive head coach, first-time head coach. It just feels like they feel like they have the beat on their formula, and I would be surprised if they deviated off it. But if they were really interested in McDermott, well, McDermott's a pretty serious guy. I would imagine that's another spot that would be ahead of you with Cleveland. I think what's interesting in Cleveland is, like, Jesse Minter and Jim Schwartz do not run the same system. I can understand if Jesse Minter were to be the head coach, that's going to cost you Jim Schwartz. And I can understand that a few of these guys might cost you Jim Schwartz depending on how you hire. McDermott might be the one experienced defensive-minded head coach where Schwartz would stay, because they're both guys who had coached in Philly and had a lot of success in Philly, although different timelines. And there is a through line. Jim Washburn was the longtime stud assistant coach that coached the wide 9 set. That's actually, I want to say that's where Jim Schwartz learned it from. And after he left Tennessee, he went to Philadelphia. And who did he coach with? But Sean McDermott. I think he was the D-line coach under Sean McDermott, so there probably are some tributaries there that I think might make sense, even though they coached a decade apart in Philly. And so I think that brings a really interesting idea here of, because if you could say you could get McDermott as head coach, and then maybe you get maybe Schwartz stays on as your defensive coordinator, and then it's a young, hot, sexy offensive coordinator candidate like a Scheelhaase. It's a lot of good right there if you're the Cleveland Browns.
I think that what makes him so appealing, too, is the idea that, okay, like, keeping Jim Schwartz is one of the things that I have, like, painted across. Like, it's stopping me from hiring my head coach if it's not Schwartz. Not necessarily, but, like, I almost view the two, like, very similarly to each other. Like, it's really important to find the right head coach. It's also really important to keep the defense with the success they're having in place.
But it's not just there's not a lot of guys that run the wide nine.
Right.
And JP's kind of scoffed at this when I brought this up. The one thing the Browns have done really, really well is identify talent that goes to this system.
Exactly.
And there are guys who play in this 4-down set in the wide nine that would not be guys that play down in other similar 4-man sets. That poses some stylistic issues that will prolong a rebuild. I just wanted to add that there.
Yeah, like I don't think that you go to a different formation and completely ruins it. But like I look at those two things. He's very similar of keeping Schwartz and getting the new head coach, right? Like you're kind of sweet spot is being able to nail both at the exact same time. The fact that McDermott's on the table makes it really interesting, comboed with the fact of, okay, I think a lot of people looked around when Stefanski got fired and said, we need a leader of men. Like that's something where like I know I sit here and I go, okay, well, like my top candidate is like a Grant Udinski or a Shieldhouse. Like I love the young offensive mind. That's something where are they going to be able to do that? I don't know. Like there's question marks about it for sure. Like we have no answer.
These like guys who have no definitive way of gauging what they've done and what kind of success they're actually a part of.
Well, the beautiful part is that you don't have any way to detract against that success either.
This is the blankest of blankest canvases, and I like that you're pandering for it. I don't hate it. You're going hard in the paint one way or another, even if it's, in my opinion, the wrong way.
It's okay. You look at it and say, I have nothing to go off to say they have success. I have success that follows them, and go, you have nothing to tell me that they have no part of that success.
We get to play that's the just a nana boo-boo, right?
You nana boo-boo?
You whatever.
You just threw that at? You said that like wow. It's a sophisticated term. You do understand that is a nana boo-boo, right?
You say that they have no success that I can point to. I say there's no success that I cannot point to. What kind of shell game are you playing at, Volnick?
What are you like? So what is it? I want to know right now. Now that we've now derailed this from McDermott. What is it that you look at and say Udinski? Because I've pointed to you the fact that he's had success rebuilding Sam Darnold as an assistant quarterback coach. Had success rebuilding Trevor Lawrence.
Real quick, who gets the bulk of the credit for rebuilding? Is it Grant Udinski, Josh McCown, their offensive coordinator, or Kevin O'Connell?
Okay, that's fair.
He was fourth in line with Sam Darnold.
Okay, now it's Trevor Lawrence.
At some point, he's like the Secretary of State in this. Okay, well, if we're impeaching multiple people, he's going to be like the fourth guy on the call list for the new president.
Okay, and then I go to Trevor Lawrence, where you have another quarterback turnaround, and now he's second.
He did not turn around. He is just as crappy as he was 3 weeks ago.
He was 3 weeks ago. How about we go back to
3 weeks
last
ago
year?
as last year? Yeah, no, he's not a good quarterback. He's not. They won a bunch of games.
If there was a most improved player of the year award, Trevor Lawrence would probably win that award.
Yes, because that's a narrative award, and they won 13 games. Trevor Lawrence is still as mystifyingly of a quarterback as you could have in the NFL.
I thought Trevor Lawrence looked really good this year. I thought he looked miles better.
I'm shocked that a guy won 13 games and everybody thinks he looks better.
So what is you say he doesn't look as good. The numbers would tell you he looks as good. The underlying stats would put him above the middle of the pack.
You ready for this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I watched the tape.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I didn't watch any Jacksonville games to look at it.
He's still not a franchise quarterback, which is the point. Like, he's played this well before. He just happens to, if you compare this Trevor Lawrence to last year, it's better. Well, of course, they were a bad team last year. He was hurt, and he didn't play well. But, like, this is like the approximation of as good as it gets with Trevor Lawrence, which he's already established previously in Jacksonville. He has been this good before.
He's had better years certainly than he did last year. Like the first, 2 years then? I'm trying to do the math in my head of when he came into the league. The first 2 years.
Let's not get out. But here's the point. Liam Cohen is the guy that apparently is in charge of almost everything with the offense. So, yes, Grant Udinski has more power in Jacksonville than he does in Minnesota. This would be the equivalent of being like AVP should have been the head coach somewhere. Like, he doesn't call the plays. There's just not enough success. When I say success, I mean his individual success. I can point to this. And I know because every time somebody talks about him, he's a different thinker. They can't point to something substantive. I don't know what the word is, but you know.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah. Okay, but then I hear Trevor Lawrence talk, and he talks about how speeding up his progressions, getting to learn the offense very quickly. He puts heavily on Udinski's shoulders. I also don't think it's necessarily realistic to look at it and say, okay, yes, Liam Cohen was in charge of the offense. He's the play caller. You also can't run an entire offense with one guy. Like, you can't do the entire offense by himself. There's a reason there's like 15 members of staff at highly ranking positions that are then below him that have legitimate responsibilities.
Compared to a normal offensive coordinator, to what McVay did before he got hired in Washington, to what Kevin O'Connell did in either Washington or L.A. before he got hired in Minnesota. He has one season that's kind of close to either one of those guys. Those guys had multiple seasons. And I think you're just working with such a – I think the Jacksonville thing's the only thing you can gauge him on, and it's such a small sample size. This is such a projection. And here's the thing. You don't need – like, I understand the swing for the fences mentality. Yeah, he's just as likely to be an absolute disaster as a head coach at 30 years old. He's been in the NFL 5 years. Shieldhouse is a bad idea too, guys. They've 2 years in the NFL. I think both guys can be something, but like you're almost projecting their future success as assistants so that then they'll have success as head coaches. That's what's crazy to me. You're not just like with, Jesse Minter. All right, he has time from Baltimore before he went to Michigan with Harbaugh and then after. So you can say he's got a lot of the I know the NFL and this is how it works and here's how long I've been there, plus the success as a defensive coordinator, right? You're not projecting his success, his future success as an assistant, which then you would base off hiring him as a head coach. He's got so much success as an assistant. With Udinski and Shieldhouse, it's like, 2 more years of this, and these guys are going to be everybody's cup of tea. Yeah, that's if it happens. You can't bank on it. You really can't. I think that's
I think it's fair.
there's a I don't want to say a lack of logic, but it's almost over logicking of like, no, this will happen and this is how we should treat it. It's like, or they're two guys who might really be bright sparks in the future, but right now there's really no basis of hiring them as head coaches of one of 32 NFL teams.
But you go through, so if he has success for another 2 to 3 years, you'd say head coaching candidate, right?
Yeah, the if. Yeah, operative.
Of doing the exact same thing that he's doing right now, which is not calling the plays under Liam Cohen.
Yeah, but bigger sample size.
Yes.
4 years of
a job that you say is he's basically doing nothing under, and Liam Cohen runs the entire offense.
He's not doing what Joe Brady's doing in Buffalo.
Yeah,
he's not doing what Clint Kubiak's doing. That is an important distinction.
Yeah, no, those guys are calling plays. They have defensive-minded head coaches that are like they're more in charge of the offense. They're closer to the head coach of the offense than they are like the backup man in charge. There's also reports that like Udinski had a 3-hour max allotted interview. Like if you just walk in there and talk to the guy and he has everything you want, why am I going to worry about whether or not you can project out as a coordinator?
Are you hiring a guy because of what he's done and what he can do, or are you hiring a guy because he's a good interview?
I'm not hiring a guy because he's a good interview. I'm hiring a guy because I want him to be great 15 years down the line for me for 15 years, not the guy that's going to be great for me necessarily this upcoming season because
it's the NFL. I know there are very few finished products. Nobody's ready to be a head coach. That's a cliche that's thrown out there. Yeah, but there are guys who are less ready to be a head coach. We got to acknowledge that. 216-474-0092. Jim Schwartz interviewing with the Browns today for the second time. Is he a legitimate candidate? We were going to do that. We were going to do that, and then we didn't do that.
Probably still will.
We probably still will. Very good point. But how much does Sean McDermott being available impact the Browns coaching search? We'll talk about how McDermott got whacked with Sal Capaccio, Bills reporter and sidelines for WGR in Buffalo in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
For the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach, this is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Timeout! Timeout! 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson. I almost said Jonathan Peterlin. That is a habit. Jake Volnick with you here today. We got Cynthia Freeland coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Some obvious news to pass along here for Browns fans. You're going to remember this name. The Lions have a new offensive coordinator. It is former Browns quarterback coach Drew Petzing. That's pretty interesting. He had some success in Arizona, even though they didn't have wins and losses. So he's the new OC there. That's one job less for a guy like Mike McDaniel, who had been in the running there, and some of the other potential head coaching candidates. So that goes along with Jim Schwartz being the second round interview today. We'll get to that. But the big news of the day was at about 9:30 today, the Bills announcing they had fired Sean McDermott after a 9-year run. A lot of wins, but maybe not enough playoff wins. To talk about that and so much more, Bills reporter and sideline man for WGR in Buffalo, Sal Capaccio, joins us now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Sal, welcome back to the show, bud.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me, guys.
I really hate that the timing of this, because if this had happened 2 days earlier, you and I would have been able to watch as the Do the Bills interview Kevin Stefanski conversation that you and I had back about 6 weeks ago. We'll see if that would actually have transpired, but because Stefanski already got hired in Atlanta, he will now obviously not be a candidate in Buffalo.
No, and they might have interviewed Kevin Stefanski just to revisit that conversation, and it was never a disrespect towards Kevin Stefanski. This is where I land on what the Bills would want next or need next, and Kevin Stefanski doesn't fall into this category necessarily. I think if the Bills are going to make this move, by the way, guys, I was stunned, right? I was just very surprised. You had me on a little while back, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think Terry Pegula is going to do this. I just don't see it happening. But they did. But I've always said if he does do it, I think the Bills are going to only go in one of two directions. Number one is you have to bring someone who's won a Super Bowl. You don't pass on a guy who's had all this success but hasn't won a Super Bowl and bring in another guy who's been coaching but hasn't won a Super Bowl. It just doesn't make sense, right? So that's number one. Or number two is you just go hire the brightest, probably young offensive mind you can. Now, you could say Stefanski falls into that. That's fine. It just always felt to me it wouldn't be a recycled guy who hasn't really won. It would either be a new, fresh blood who's never really had a crack at it, that's an offensive mind, or someone that has won. And that's why I've never felt Stefanski or fans would never say that's the guy. So I think the Bills are in that spot right now because everything else kind of feels just like Sean McDermott, to be honest.
So with all this, where do you lie on whether this is the right decision or not?
Well, I've always been a Sean McDermott defender, meaning I think that, and it's so funny, like I get accused on my own radio station and people and Bills fans of being a, McDermott homer or mouthpiece or whatever. It's never been the case, but I believe he's a very good head coach. And I've examined, like, why do I think that about Sean McDermott? It comes down to this for me. I say mistake for this reason. Now, it doesn't have to be a mistake. I want more info, I guess, is what I need, and we don't know that till later. Guys, you have all in Cleveland. You know what it's like to go through head coaches. You know what it's like to go through GMs. So do we. I've been on the sidelines, embedded with these coaches and GMs for 4 different head coaches now, different regimes. I've kind of seen what it looks like when it's successful, and I've seen what it looks like when it's not. I kind of know what it's supposed to look like, and I've always felt that this is what it's supposed to look like. I knew it wasn't, when you go back to Rex Ryan, that's not what it's supposed to look like. From walking in the building, the organizational, the structure, the kind of clown show that it was, this is what it's supposed to look like. And I'm not saying they can't win a Super Bowl by moving on from Sean McDermott. Of course they can. But to me, it's always like you have much more of a chance of winning with looking like this than you do of leaving it to a chance of somebody else. And that's why I've always felt that way.
So I thought it was interesting, the two types of coaches that you brought up, either the young offensive mind or the Super Bowl winner. This feels like a really odd time then for that to be the search that you have, because a lot of the young offensive minds, even though I'm with you, I'm not with you, but with that thought that I really like a couple of those guys, but they're unproven, and Super Bowl winners are basically dwindled down to nothing in the head coaching pool right now. So you look across, who are the type of guys that stand out in that type of regard then?
I think you're going to hear names like now, remember, I just said this, so I think we'll give you one exception, but he is kind of falling in more of the second category, and that's Brian Daboll. And the reason why I would bring Brian Daboll's name in, Josh Allen had a lot of success with Brian Daboll. They have a very good relationship. He's from Buffalo. His kids still live in Buffalo. He comes to Buffalo in the offseason. He's been in the organization. I do think that would be more of the second choice, but still maybe not as much on one of those that I said. Clint Kubiak is a name that keeps coming up, a very bright, young offensive mind that's up and coming that would be a fresh approach. I don't think, and I agree with you, I don't think there's anybody out there that can flash a Super Bowl ring that really excites you. Are you going to go get Mike Tomlin? Honestly, all Mike Tomlin is Sean McDermott who punts more. That's really what it is. Yeah, he's got a Super Bowl, but that was back in the early 2000s when he was hired, right? I just don't think that's the case. Mike McCarthy, what would that do? So I agree with you. And look, the timing is the timing because the Bills were in the playoffs for two rounds here. Like at some point, the timing is like, okay, unless you're going to do it, while you're in a playoff run, which doesn't make sense, you're going to start losing some of the guys who are getting jobs, and not just the Stefanskis of the world who are getting head coaching jobs, but the people he's bringing with them who no longer are available, who are going to be coordinators.
Sal, I'm going to give you two names that I've seen. One that is the betting favorite from BetOnline right now, which I'm a little don't take my guy, and the other is somebody that I saw reporters pushing hard to take over for him. So the second one there is Joe Brady. The first one is Mike McDaniel. How do you size up either candidate for the Buffalo Bills job?
So I think it would be really odd to me if the Bills were to move on from Sean McDermott for this lack of playoff success and where everything is now, if they were to promote from within. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, aren't you doing this to get a new, fresh approach, fresh eyes on things? I think that would represent a lot of the same things. I just don't see Joe Brady being the guy here. And as far as Mike McDaniel, I mean, I don't know. You're going to move on from Sean McDermott and go hire a guy that he's owned in the division? Does that make sense too? I just don't think that seems to me to be the case. Look, anything can happen, right? I mean, Terry Pegula is the one that's going to make the call here, but Brandon Beane's going to lead the search. And that's a whole nother topic, by the way, which is the fact that the GM is the one not only keeping his job, but guys, he got a promotion. He's going to be the president of football operations here, which means the structure is going to change. The new head coach is going to report to him instead of just reporting to the owner. I don't think either of those two, to me, it just wouldn't feel like they would be in the mix to be serious candidates for the things that I mentioned. But you never know, because obviously this is going to be something we have not experienced here in 9 years.
Sal, so I think you bring up a good point with Brandon Beane, because I want to very loosely tie the two. Understand that I think Brandon Beane is miles better than Andrew Berry is at this point, but I think you can look back on both these years and you can point a lot to Brandon Beane and the way that especially the offense was constructed this year was not good enough. The same you could do for Berry, yet I could point to Beane for the lack of success this year. I could point to Josh Allen in that playoff game for lack of success. McDermott comes farther down the line. Did it feel like almost a scapegoat situation for McDermott?
Almost like a what situation? I'm sorry.
A scapegoat situation, that he got painted as a scapegoat.
No, I don't think so. Guys, it's been 9 years, right? Harbaugh's let go after 19 years, 18 years, same thing. Tomlin, I think sometimes relationships just run their course, right? And I don't think it's necessarily a scapegoat of a reactionary, we lost and here's why, and I want to move on from the coach. To me, this is something that probably was brewing in some capacity. I will tell you that here in Buffalo, we've believed for about, this season that there's been a little disconnect between Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, that they weren't as much aligned as they used to be, or maybe they had been or whatever. Because if you just listen to comments from really McDermott, Beane doesn't talk to us as much during the season, you can kind of get there. And I'll give you examples. We were on the trade deadline, we were thinking the Bills were going to add a receiver. That didn't happen. Sean McDermott Brandon Beane was asked about it. It seemed like he was very upset that maybe something was in the works that didn't come through. And then in that same press conference, he says, I believe we still have a championship roster. He was asked, do you have a championship roster? Yes, I do. 3 days later, they get blown out by the Miami Dolphins. Somebody says to Sean McDermott, hey, Brandon Beane said he still believes you have a championship roster. Do you believe that? His answer was, I love the guys in this room. It wasn't yes. You know what I mean? Like, there's a little there. And then every time we'd talk to McDermott about playing the Jaguars leading in the playoffs, I'm telling you guys, he could not wait to mention they acquired Jacoby Myers at the trade deadline. They acquired Jacoby Myers at the trade deadline, almost like saying, yeah, we didn't go do that. I didn't get what I needed. It just always felt like there was something there that wasn't right between the two lately. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels like that was the case.
Well, Sal, we've got a head coaching opening here. We're down to the succulent six, as many are calling them. It's me. I'm calling them that. In the second round interviews here, will McDermott have options this offseason, and should Cleveland be one of those options?
I think Sean McDermott goes near the top of anyone's list for what he's done in Buffalo. I think the culture that he can create immediately to get a team back on track is real, and I think it would be a success in a lot of places. I do believe the Cleveland Browns would be a place that would, with the dysfunction that it seems like it's had from the outside looking in, the disorganization, I think Sean McDermott would be somebody who would come in there and command a lot of respect immediately, get things right on the same page, and I think steer things in the right direction. Quarterback matters more than anything, but let's remember, when Sean McDermott took over in 2017 in Buffalo, lots of people thought they were tanking. They traded Ron Darby. They traded Sammy Watkins. People thought they'd have the number one pick. They got to the playoffs with Tyrod Taylor at quarterback and a pretty depleted roster and not a lot of talent. That was Sean McDermott's culture and belief, I think, a lot of it that played into it. So I do think that. I think Tennessee would make sense. I think Sean McDermott would welcome the chance to go to a place to turn around a program much like he did in Buffalo.
All right, one final one here, because this is what we were going to talk about this game from this last weekend. If not for the McDermott firing, are Bills fans more upset with Josh Allen's performance, the reception turned interception review, or that first OPI in overtime? Or sorry, DPI in overtime.
Oh, it's the interception, 100%. I mean, yeah, people are still, hey, Josh didn't have his best game. He still made some amazing plays, but certainly he turned the ball over. I mean, one was the Brandon Cooks play. That one is a turnover. That was an unbelievable throw, actually, by Josh. But, yeah, Josh should have taken care of the ball better at the end of the half. He was careless there. He got sacked on the other turnover. That the one he wants back, I think, is the long throw to Curtis Samuel that got intercepted. But no, I don't think anyone's quote-unquote blaming Josh Allen. They still were in the game for a lot of the things that he did. Guys, it's all about the Brandon Cooks play. Everything here has been about the Brandon Cooks play over the last 48 hours until today when the news broke, and the inconsistencies in officiating. We saw the exact same kind of play happen with the Texans and with the Rams that both went as catches, and I think that just adds to what you're talking about and the angst of it.
Sal, great stuff, man. I know you guys have had a loaded day there today, so for you to join us this just after that's awesome of you, man. We cannot say thank you hard enough. We appreciate you, buddy, and good luck in the coaching search.
Yeah, we'll talk down the road, guys. Maybe we'll have some crossover with some names that come up here and there on either side. Thanks a lot.
We'll compare the notes and all that. Sal Capaccio there, WGR in Buffalo on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We will react to his notes on McDermott, the Bills situation, the Browns situation, and Kevin Stefanski's next stop in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Drive.
I think Sean McDermott goes near the top of anyone's list for what he's done in Buffalo. I think the culture that he can create immediately to get a team back on track is real, and I think it would be a success in a lot of places. I do believe the Cleveland Browns would be a place that would, with the dysfunction that it seems like it's had from the outside looking in, the disorganization, I think Sean McDermott would be somebody who would come in there and command a lot of respect immediately, get things right on the same page, and I think steer things in the right direction.
That is Sal Capaccio of WGR in Buffalo. Great stuff with him on McDermott getting fired. That was in response to whether or not he would make sense in Cleveland and whether he has options. I do want to get to the Stefanski news. We got Cynthia Freeland coming up at 3:20. Quick hits coming up at 3:40. Cavs, Thunder playing today. But it's interesting. Everything that I heard there, which was about, he's going to instantly come in and command some respect and this, that, and the other, I immediately thought, well, that's why he won't be the head coach here.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair with the track record of where the Browns are at right now, and that's the type of coach that it feels like they – I mean, even look in the coaching search, that's kind of the coach that they've strayed away from, right? Like, who is that type of guy right now outside of Jim Schwartz, who is already in his position and probably doesn't take that much power because he's here?
Well, can I just be honest? Because I'm not saying that cynically. What I mean is, I think for Jimmy Haslam, because he is as culpable to hearing a lot of different opinions and maybe siding with who was last in his ear, that was a knock on Jimmy before we got this system in place, right? Because he might be a little bit more culpable to that, I think it's okay to stick to, hey, here's our power dynamic. Here's how this is going to work, because if we get anything out of whack, it could tip this whole thing in the wrong direction. I think that actually is a level of self-awareness, even if it takes you out on a guy like Sean McDermott. Again, I don't know you should do the same red carpet rollout for McDermott that you might have done for Harbaugh. But while you're still running the second round of this search, if you're not at least talking to his agent, if you're not seeing if he's interested at all, I do think that would be a massive failure, even in the end, if I think, this probably doesn't fit maybe what he wants, and more importantly, they certainly seem like they're trying to fit somebody in their puzzle instead of building a new puzzle around somebody else.
Yeah, like I said to start off the show, if you don't talk to him, I think it's a mistake. He's a good enough coach, especially in this coaching cycle where you are kind of basing things off of a lot of short experience or unknowns with a lot of guys that you're talking to. You have to look at a guy who's been able to do it and have the success that he's had and go in and say, okay, that's at least worth the conversation, right? 45 minutes after the Harbaugh news was fired, they had contacted John Harbaugh. That was a report that Mary Kay had of all the teams within 45 minutes. The Browns were one of them. You're not dumb to the fact that, hey, there's actual really good proven head coaches out here right now. I can't just ignore that either and have no conversations about that. I do think the power struggle thing is really real, though. Even with Kevin, the power dynamic was kind of odd, right? Because you both kind of reported to Jimmy Haslam. Kevin was a part of kind of hiring Andrew Berry. Now it's very clear. The power order is what, in a regular business, the power order would be. Owner, general manager, head coach, and then everybody on down the line would fit right in where it sounds like they should be. I don't know if you just want to kind of throw that away to be like, yeah, Sean McDermott. That is something that feels like you walk into a Kevin situation where now you probably both report to Jimmy Haslam, and that just turns into a mess when one thing goes awry, and then we get one guy here and one guy not here.
Obviously, today is Jim Schwartz Day in Cleveland. He's getting his second interview today, something we can get into. But while we have Sean McDermott out there and we have the Succulent Six, the final, as I don't want to say finalist, but
I need to know, do you have is this did that just spawn in your brain right before we came on air? Do you have if this gets whittled down to 3, do you already have one pre-planned out? Because I could see you being either way on this.
No, I did not plan this out.
Okay.
It's just we started talking and I was while I was stalling for time in the intro, I was like, Succulent Six. That's I really like alliteration. Just so we're clear.
Yeah. I've gotten that over the last
at some point
3 years.
It's almost become a lazy tick. But you know what? The point is, it works. Succulent Six works. While we have all that going on, Kevin Stefanski does have a new job, and I would love to know, in their heart of hearts, if John Harbaugh or Kevin Stefanski knew Sean McDermott was going to get whacked today, would they have just held on, agreeing to their new job just a couple days extra just to see if they got that call from Buffalo?
I would imagine so. I think you even compare this to the Ravens job, and they're similar in a lot. I don't even think you hesitate. I think Buffalo's a better job right now. Mm-hmm. I would
Wait, you think Buffalo's better than Baltimore?
in the immediate, like I want to win right now, I do.
Why?
I think Josh Allen is a better quarterback than Lamar in their current states because I think we looked at Lamar this year. Like a lot of what makes Lamar great is the ability to be both a runner and a passer. He was injured this year, but I think we now have legitimate questions of whether he returns to what he was the first 5 years.
I don't hate the take. It's just a bold one at this point.
I don't think I trust wide receiver. The defense is much more like I think a rough spot where you have young talent and a decent amount of young talent in Buffalo or guys that are going to be there. Whereas you look at Baltimore and they've already started moving off of pieces and that defense needs to be kind of reshifted.
I actually think they're very similar jobs.
They're
and
close.
That I think they present a front of, I'm going to have a lot of leeway here. I don't know that that's true, by the way, because they have two quarterbacks in the, I don't want to say back half, but certainly in the middle of their career that need to win and need to win soon. That it wouldn't surprise me if the next Ravens or Bills head coach didn't get whatever McDermott or Harbaugh got in their respective spots. But it's interesting. I think they're the same job. I think they're incredibly talented quarterbacks, MVP level quarterbacks that haven't won in the postseason. So they're the home run job. If you think, and most coaches will, if you think you can win with either coach or with either quarterback, you take that job and you roll with the whatever risk there might be. The problem is, I think the defensive line and actually just the trenches in Baltimore is worse than people realize. I think the Bills need a refresh on multiple levels. Like, I don't look at either job and go, beyond the quarterback, oh, that's an overabundance of talent. Like, it's the inverse, by the way, of what Kevin is actually walking to in Atlanta, where it's like, man, offensive line, really stout pass rush there. The continuity on the defensive side, a lot of young talent across both sides of the ball. Bijan Robinson, we'll see what they do with Pitts, but Drake London, maybe you need a second receiver there. But about that quarterback spot, like, I think that's what's so interesting about this is they are Baltimore and Buffalo are inverses of what I think you have in Atlanta. So for Stefanski, it's more interesting to me than where in New York, I think there's a lot of talent. It's just, can Jackson Dart be good enough?
Yeah, like I don't even know if Harbaugh takes a second guy. It feels like he was so like Giants coded immediately as he got fired that he was just going to end up there.
Why? It's not a good job.
I mean,
is it the Catholic thing? Is it being a Catholic in New York? It's the only thing I can think of.
It's a push.
Hey, the Marav owned this for 100 years. That doesn't make it a great organization.
No, it doesn't.
The Mara
they
are an
haven't
incredibly overrated family in terms of ownership because they also have, I don't want to say infighting, they also have dynamics with the Tisch family that presents different problems. Like Chris Mara was supposed to be the GM, I want to say a decade ago, and he had been planning for it his whole career. He had been gone off to other enterprises, and Steve Tisch stepped in and said, I don't like this. Like there is that element. It's not Jimmy's dysfunction, but there is a different element there. I just don't get the New York thing, other than it's in New York City. But it's not even in New York City. It's in Jersey.
East Rutherford, yeah.
Sorry.
So, I don't care about the New York thing. I just think if he likes Jackson Dart, which I think if a coach taking that job, you pretty much have to like Jackson Dart. They've drafted enough young talent. Like, you have a legitimate top-tier, top of the NFL wide receiver in Malik Neighbors. I think a lot of people can look at the running back room and think, Cam Scatterbootly showed enough this year that's promising. I think Teo Johnson's decent.
But in terms of the quarterback and running back, you're basing all of that off
1 year.
Well, I mean, to combine 20 games between Scatterboo and Dart.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk. I just think you have
know what it is?
Promise.
You know me. I focus a lot on perception of things and perception versus reality. There's just a perception. The Giants are a prestigious organization because of how people have thought about them historically. And the problem is they haven't been that since they let go of Tom Coughlin. And even when you get to Coughlin, from in between Coughlin and Bill Parcells, there was a huge gap. Between Parcells and the previous great head coach, there was a huge gap. Like, yeah, they've had a couple runs. It's not like they've consistently been like what Pittsburgh's been for the last 50 years, give or take.
Yeah, but so isn't this something that then you look at? Because the expectations with the Bills and the Ravens job is basically at least make an AFC championship game and probably get to a Super Bowl within the first few years, or you're probably canned anyway. Whereas I look at the Falcons and Giants job, and if I'm especially Kevin Stefanski more than John Harbaugh, because Harbaugh's well established in the NFL and he's 63 years old. But you look at it and go, I have a longer leash here, and I have a lot of promising things around me. Like, I'm not going to be so held to what my first year looks like. Instead, I can kind of ease into this. I can maybe have a mild year or even a bad year and then kind of bounce back and, have my opportunity to pick some of my guys, build this team the way that it should be, established whatever culture it is I want to establish. And then if we have done things right, if we have got our quarterback or have our quarterback, then I'm in the same type of spot that these two teams are in. It's just I'm willing to take a little bit of a risk saying I'm not getting a 2-time MVP.
I just think what's funny about the Atlanta job is, tell me how much different it is from the Cleveland job that Kevin stepped into, that then he had two playoff win and 2 playoff appearances in 6 years and got fired.
It's identical.
You walk in with a significant amount of talent at running back, at wide receiver. They had built in that first year a good offensive line. The defense had Myles Garrett. They've got a couple young edge rushers, 2 guys they drafted last year. They've got plenty of talent. Who the hell knows what Michael Penix is? The difference is Michael Penix has played about 12 games in 2 years. Baker at least had played damn near every game for those 2 years. Like, you did have more information on Baker versus Penix because Baker didn't have injury problems holding him back. He just had Hugh Jackson holding him back until he didn't. Like, it's crazy. I know Arthur Blank has said, well, Michael Penix Jr. is a franchise. All right. It's wild to me that Kevin got fired because of his handling of the quarterback position, how the quarterback position was handled here around him. And then he was like, yeah, I'll go with Michael Penix. Yeah. Yeah, the guy with no ACLs left? Yeah, give me that.
But, I think Kevin could also look back at his time in Cleveland. I think this is what makes it really interesting because I do think, Kevin is kind of set up for at least some success in year one, assuming that Michael Penix can stay healthy. Like, I think he played well enough that you look at those Browns teams and go, you have talent around him. Kevin, when he has the talent around him, can put together a good offense. Like, they're going to win games. And not to mention, they're in the worst division in football where you basically need 9 wins to make the playoffs.
I hate when people are like, oh, you should go to that because it's easier to win. It's like, that's not really how those guys are wired. You're right, by the way.
Yeah,
it is a lesser division, but it's just funny to me that people are like, that's a total bonus for that job. I was like, well, yeah, but you're one of the jobs. Like, you're going to be in one of the jobs where it's really hard to win more than 9 games in a season.
But don't you look at the rest of the NFC South? Like, nobody else scares you in that division, right? Like, even Carolina, where they were this year, is like, yeah, they've made some strides, but they still weren't that great of a team.
No, fair, but I don't know why you scare anybody else either.
No, you don't. Kevin can take that team to be 10 or 11 wins easily.
Oh, yeah, they were an 8-win team.
Yes, but I'm saying you get 11 wins in the NFC South, that's not even a question. You're viewed like, oh, that's an 11-win football team. They're viewed legitimately. And I think internally in the organization, you look at it and go, we got 11 wins. That's a big upgrade.
But if Penix Jr. can't stay healthy, and if they still continue to move off Kirk Cousins, which seems to be cap-wise the plan, okay, you're going to expect another backup to save your bacon there, Kevin? Like, that's just, again, it's a good, there are reasons it's a good job. Same thing with the Giants job. There are reasons it's a good job. It's always felt, and I'm not even comparing it to Cleveland. I'm just saying, like, for a standard job, well, you're missing the most important thing, which is a franchise quarterback, at least with Jackson Dart. All right. He's at least, he plays like a meathead, but you look statistically, there's some reasons to think he might be a success. Penix Jr., there's some reasons to believe he's not going to be a success. 216-474-0092. Kevin Stefanski lands in Atlanta. Is that the right move for him? Did Kevin and maybe the Falcons side of things make the right move? Cynthia Freeland. NFL.com will talk Kevin Stefanski. In Atlanta, we'll talk how far away the Browns roster is from being a threat to make the playoffs every year. That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick with you guys. Missed a moment in our show. Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We've got head coaching palooza going on right now. Kevin Stefanski is the new man in Atlanta. John Harbaugh landing up in New York. Browns still looking for their guy. We'll see. They got the succulent six, the 6 second-round interview candidates we know to this point. We'll see if they have any interest in Sean McDermott, who was fired earlier today in Buffalo, to talk about all this and an incredible weekend. Half the games were incredible. The other 2 games also happened. We head out to the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of NFL.com, NFL Network. The great Cynthia Freeland joins us now. Cynthia, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
All right. So it was a great weekend of football. I kind of am getting a little anxious about the Browns head coaching search, so I'm probably at about a 5 out of 10. And most Mondays, I'm usually about a 7 out of 10. How about you?
Okay. Well, I mean, in my, schedule gets a little lighter when there's fewer games. So I'm probably sitting at a 7, but that's only because instead of 16 games, they're really only for prep for 2.
No, that is totally fair. And oh, by the way, do you agree, by the way, like I thought the Bears and the Bears-Rams and then the Broncos-Bills games were so elite, and they kept up to what the first round of the playoffs felt like, and then the other 2 playoff games happened.
Yeah, that was funny when you said that. I was laughing at that. It's, that Saturday night game, because we have to work so early on Sunday, West Coast time, that staying up late, you're like, okay, are they tricking me and something's going to happen and they're going to come back and make this awesome comeback like we've seen in weeks past on a Saturday night, and then you get so worked up you can't sleep? But nope, it put me right to sleep, so it was good from that standpoint.
So from the weird, I'm going to go to the other game we haven't talked about yet, Houston, New England. I saw a lot of chatter online, and I want to get your take on this. Should the Texans have gone to Davis Mills in the second half just to see if he could have given them a spark to get them not just in that game, but to win that game?
It's hard to argue with them at least trying because of what we've seen from Davis Mills this year and how well he's played. However, I do sort of see D'Amico Ryan's point about then what are you doing to C.J. Stroud, right? You're completely telling him that you have no confidence in him, and basically you run the risk of losing him kind of going forward as well, right? So I see both sides of it, though it feels like if they had played Davis Mills, it would have at least been a little bit of a jolt of something, but I don't know. I wish my bosses liked me enough to, as much as D'Amico Ryan's like C.J. Stroud.
Cynthia, obviously, following the Bills' loss, Sean McDermott gets fired. And I kind of look at the entire situation, and McDermott has a really good record. They haven't been able to get over the hump. The roster wasn't that great. Do you kind of turn around and think that might be a decision Buffalo's regretting in the next year to two?
Well, I think, we saw with Doug Whaley, like kind of what happened with sort of a lame duck GM, but it sounded like Brandon Beane was getting elevated. I feel like in this modern age, especially with all of these head coach openings, you have Josh Allen, which is super attractive, but you do have one thing that's tricky, which is opening a new stadium. And being the first team to play in a new stadium, you don't want to mess things up, right? Because the Bills are, I know they're technically in New York, but they're Midwesterners like us, and they kind of have that like homey feeling. So they want everything to feel like, Midwestern of sorts. So if you're not going to get, I don't know, you're not going to get a coach that isn't in lockstep with his GM, or you're really going to have this leg up on recruiting and all the kind of warm fuzzies that you'd like that are not anything to do with things happening on the field, but having to do with what happens, coaching wise and roster wise and all the things that actually like select for winning a game. It's a lot to ask for anyone to come into this coaching situation, and it's just not as an attractive of a job given, that you don't get to pick your GM.
Cynthia, we've got a head coaching search here in Cleveland to talk about. Kevin Stefanski went down to Atlanta. I do want to get to those things, but I wanted to circle back to the Houston spot. C.J. Stroud's numbers this year look identical to his first year here. I think the play they're going to make is they just don't give him that next contract this offseason, maybe wait till next offseason and maybe try and play this out a little bit longer. But, I saw you tweeting about the turnovers and just how, was it 8 turnovers in the game altogether? Was C.J. Stroud so bad yesterday that you almost have to have the conversation in Houston about whether he's the guy as soon as like this offseason?
I think you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you aren't having that conversation until you're sure. I look at what happened with Tua, right? It's now a question mark there. Poor Kevin Stefanski has to deal with it. What are you doing with Michael Penix? Can he stay healthy? What about Kirk Cousins? They're going to obviously get rid of him. So who are you going to there's just a lot of question marks at that position, the most important position in all of football. So if you are not dead set sure, if you do not have Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, one of the few, you should always be asking yourself that question. And you absolutely need to ask yourself who your backup is too, because look at the Bo Nix situation. Now, Jared Stidham, who has played one kneel down this regular season, he's coming in the most important game of the whole season. So you have to get that whole position group right from top to bottom.
So obviously you brought up Michael Penix, and definitely concerns there for Kevin Stefanski. You put everything together, given what we saw from him in his start in Cleveland, do you think that Atlanta is a good fit for him and one of the better jobs he could have taken?
I definitely think it's one of the better jobs he could have taken because they do have a lot of other pieces. You have a defense that, they spent a lot in terms of draft equity to get those two pieces in the front. However, the defense this year was considerably better. The roster is not bad. Yes, you have to make a decision at quarterback, but you have I mean, even Kyle Pitts really took a huge step forward this year. You have your running back. You have a top-tier wide receiver. You have most pieces of the O-line. So, sure, you have to make a decision at quarterback, and it could be a hard one, but you're doing that with the context of a much better defense and a lot of the offensive weapons that you need to make a quarterback successful. So I think it's a good job, and I think, but for some of these openings that we weren't sure if we were going to see, like, I mean, having Lamar Jackson, not a bad one. Having Josh Allen, kind of helps when you're new head coach, but save for those, I think Atlanta was one of the easier or one of the better jobs out there.
So I already know how Cleveland's going to react if he goes to Atlanta and has a semblance of success. That Browns fans are going to be like, you shouldn't have let go of that guy. He should still be here, and yet you turn around with whatever coach we end up with. Is it very possible that Kevin Stefanski is a good fit in Atlanta, can have success there, and the Browns were also in the right from moving on from him in the situation in Cleveland?
I do actually think it's a win-win. Sometimes you just need to restart. It's just like all of us in all of our jobs, right? Like you kind of ascend to this role, and then you kind of become this thing, and then the world changes, like life changes. Everyone, like I think anyone who has like even a regular job, that sometimes it's time to look for something, a similar function, but at a different place, so that you can reconstruct things in the way you think it should be done. I mean, Matt Ryan, having that, it's a weird job. I'm not sure what Matt Ryan will necessarily do. And I say that in like a positive way, no shade there. I'm not sure how it rolls, but it's clear that they're looking at a full scale structural shift, right? So they're trying to do things in a different way, and being a part of, shaping an entire culture. I think that's one of the things where, maybe Kevin Stefanski didn't get a full chance to do that because that wasn't what he was empowered to do in this current role. And maybe that's great for the Browns too, because maybe they have a great system in place and a new quarterback, or a new, quarterback too, but a new coach can ignite that system to work better.
Cynthia Freeland of the NFL Network on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. So I do want to get your take on the Browns' job here. But, two of the names in the succulent six, as I've called them, the final six candidates to get second-round interviews here in Cleveland, two of them aren't the guy, and they're not the guy next to the guy. They're maybe the third guy. So you look at Nate Scheelhaase. He's probably fourth in command in L.A., and this is kind of Grant Udinski's first year as the second in command. So I'm looking at this and I'm going, I don't know what tangible information I can base either candidate hiring off of. How like, I know you are just such a numbers, like how do you quantify what their strengths and weaknesses are if they haven't been an OC for longer than a year and haven't called plays, or are, in the case of Scheelhaase in LA, the fourth in command and 2 years into the NFL?
Right. So, I mean, I don't know enough about Grant Udinski to say anything. I'm not sure that he's even calling the play. Like, I don't know what he does. I don't know him. Right. I don't know him. I don't even think I've ever met him once. I can tell you I've met, Nate Scheelhaase, whose last name I'm always scared to say, because it just scares me with all of those A's. It's just so many. He's got like an it factor that I do understand. Like, he commands a presence in a room. He's super smart. Now, I don't know what I have not been on his team. I do not, I can't speak to the day-to-day of his job. I have heard good things from people that I trust, but I can tell you firsthand that he does have the it factor. But I don't know if what you need in Cleveland is a guy with it factor, or a guy who's a little more like Ben Johnson, where he's a little edgy and maybe like a little like, not nice. Like Ben Johnson's nice, but you know what I mean? Like, he's just going to be like, no nonsense, no, a little more like a jerk in him. There we go. That's a word I can say on radio, but in a positive way. I'm saying that as a positive, right? Like, he's got that dog in him. He's not going to let you get away with some things.
It's obviously also, Jim Schwartz Day, as Nick will like to call it. He's getting his second interview today with the Browns. Is that enough of a turnover for you, taking a guy who's your defensive coordinator already in place here and moving him up, given the fact that the Browns just haven't had the success in the last 2 years that they wanted?
I guess my question for Jim Schwartz would be who's going to be running the offense and who's going to be responsible for play. Like, my question for him, it's nothing to do with defense. We got it. You have an awesome defense. You have the best out of the world player in the entire league, crazy good. Yes, support him with the right cast. This defense, criminally underrated, at least nationally this year, and how we thought about them. So you got that side of the ball covered. I would want to know who's calling plays. Who are you going to convince in this particular coaching carousel with all of these jobs open? Who are you going to convince to come there and scheme up something that's going to work?
All right. With that, there actually is, and I think this may be being underreported on a national level, there is a lot to like about this roster. Obviously, there's some concerns at the quarterback spot. How many drafts or how many off seasons do you think the Browns are away from being able to consistently be in that 8-9 or better territory?
Oh, I don't think it's that many at all. I mean, the Steelers have, I don't know what, I'm very confused about what's going on with their roster. I was looking through kind of who's up this year and the age of some of their players, and I would imagine Aaron Rodgers is unlikely to return. So now you've got a lot of it is who you play, right? And being able to play a fourth place schedule and being able to, I think it could be, earlier than you might think, very, very quick here. I don't think it's going to be very long at all, depending on it. It really comes down to getting the offense right.
All right, I'm going to throw out, because there's a chance it could be Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel in this quarterback room. But, there are going to be some names out there. I'm going to give you 4 names. I'd like 4 quarterbacks that they could get, free agents or trades. I want you to tell me how you would kind of rank them for the Browns going into this offseason. Mac Jones, Davis Mills, Malik Willis, and Daniel Jones.
Mac Jones is one. Mac Jones has that dog in him. He's got that attitude that I just think the Browns need a guy who's going to be very he's quiet. He just does his work and the other guys listen to him. And I've seen Mac Jones in action, and I can speak to the fact that he commands the attention of the room. So that would be my number one. I think taking a risk on Malik Willis, I guess it would depend on who the coach is and what strategies they have in order to, because Malik Willis is not a sure thing. He had a couple of good games. I'm not taking anything away from him, but I don't know, right? That's an unknown quantity that I would need a coach that had a vision for him, someone that believed in that skill set for a player. I think after that, I like Davis Mills, but I don't know if I don't know. I've seen him start before. He had really, terrible cast of characters around it. It was tough. And then who's the fourth one? Sorry.
That would be Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I just Achilles make me very nervous. I think he did great, but Achilles is a hard one to come back from when you're a guy like Daniel Jones who does actually rely on the run a lot more. I don't know. That one just scares me with the injury, because you wouldn't want another situation where a lot of money for a lot of position is on the sideline. So but Mac Jones would be my target there.
We like this because I had an off-air argument with somebody that works here about Mac Jones, and they talked about him like he was, Dylan Gabriel, and it incensed me, quite frankly. Cynthia, great stuff as always. I'm glad we have less games to prep for this weekend, not just for you, but also for us, because at some point I would like to see my children. At some point, but great stuff.
God forbid you go home and eat dinner at a normal time. Who knew?
Honey, I'd love to sit here and talk with you, but I gotta watch football. That doesn't fly in my house for too many weekends in a row. Cynthia, be great.
Talk to you soon.
Cynthia Freeland there, NFL Network on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with her. We do have quick hits. Leading off with Kevin Stefanski and the reaction to him in Atlanta in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Afternoon Drive. We've got Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 5:20. We'll talk about the 6 second-round interviews for the Cleveland Browns today. As Jim Schwartz Day. We're actually going to get to Jim Schwartz and whether he is a viable candidate for this job coming up in 15 minutes. But it's time to get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel! Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry, hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Kevin Stefanski is the new Falcons head coach, as we've talked about, and the Falcons fans don't appear to be thrilled. One such is Isaac Hayes II. I'm pretty sure that means Isaac Hayes, the former awesome music star chef on South Park. I'm pretty sure this is his son, took to his social platform to rage about the hire.
So you're going to tell me that Matt Ryan hired Kevin Stefanski to coach the Atlanta Falcons when in his previous role with Cleveland, he tried to railroad and undermine the career of Shedeur Sanders, whose father is a Falcons player, probably the most famous Atlanta Falcons player, maybe next to Mike Vick, and bring him into a city with a predominantly African-American fan base to coach this team.
All right, is Kevin set up for success in Atlanta?
You know, believe it or not, I actually do think Kevin is set up for success. And not based on that clip. That had nothing to do with the success. But I do think that the situation actually works really well for Kevin, because I do think that you draw the comparisons between Cleveland here the first year and Atlanta there his first year, and they're almost identical. And you can't ignore the fact that the Browns won 11 games. And again, I will point to the fact that the NFC South, they should have no problem winning the NFC South.
I think it is a question. I think it really depends on Michael Penix and if he can stay healthy. And if not, who his backup is. I will tell you this. Painting this and as if just continuing to come back. Atlanta fans, if you're listening, guys, Kevin didn't sabotage Shedeur. He didn't give him the same chance he gave Dylan Gabriel, and that had more to do with where one was drafted and who he believed in versus the other than anything else. But by the time Shedeur saw the field, Kevin put a lot of work into helping Shedeur out. The idea that Dion playing in Atlanta, and by the way, Atlanta fans, he left your ass to go win Super Bowls elsewhere after like 5 years. I would not go ahead and cite that. However, guys, it's not an affront to Deion Sanders. All right? It's really okay. That's a hot take from Chef's son.
Yeah, just going all the way in on I understand that there's questions to be answered on Stefanski and the Shedeur thing, probably nationally. Like, I think it's just because it's the most public story with Shedeur that, Kevin Stefanski, is he trying to sabotage the young black quarterback comes in? You also had guys on the team like Shelby Harris say it was his favorite coach to ever play. Like, it's not like he turned the Browns into just, 22 white guys running around on the field either.
He didn't go full Belichick, that's for damn sure.
All right, let's take a look at the playoff games, and specifically Josh Allen and the Bills taking on the Broncos. A very short clip from Tony Romo where he makes a very, very clear mistake when talking about Josh Allen.
Go ahead and watch Mahomes right here. He's going to go ahead and get back and look, and he knows it's Matt.
Audio courtesy of CBS. Honest mistake calling Josh Allen Mahomes, or feeding into the unhealthy obsession for Tony Romo?
It's going to be really interesting to see where Tony and Jim Nantz are next year in the NFL and CBS call sheet. I think there's enough negative sentiment, and this plus the, hey, I was sick for the week before. There's a lot of negative momentum against Tony and Jim, and the thing that sucks about this, like everything else in the NFL, is all perception-based. But yeah, when you just miss Mahomes in the playoffs and you just shout his name out when he's not there, that's one of the times in life you don't want to shout out the wrong name.
Do you like Tony Romo as a broadcaster?
No, I never did. I thought it was overrated 6 years ago when he started. But the problem is, like Tom Brady hasn't suddenly become good at broadcasting, and Tony hasn't suddenly stunk. Like, Tom was better than people thought a year ago, even though he's still not very good, and Tony was never really good in the first place. But he is a name. Like, when you just hire off what's your LinkedIn say? As a Dallas Cowboys quarterback for a decade. It's what happens. You've got good color analysts out there. Ross Tucker's one. Louis Riddick should be on way more NFL live games than possible. Oh my God, my guy Greg Olson.
I think Greg Olson's incredible.
Like, I would build a Thursday night cast around him and ditch Herbie and ditch Al Michaels, because I just think Greg is a absolute star. But same thing with, like, there are plenty of good guys, but they weren't quarterbacks of a Super Bowl team or a playoff team. Like, all right, well, this is what you get. Do you think he's good?
I think he does some of the analytics. Like, when he does his breaking down plays part, I think he's actually breaks it down in a really nice way that is digestible for people, can call out the play, explain why it's happening. But it's all of the other stuff, like the back and forth with Jim Nantz. It's the you're just saying random noises into a microphone that really turned me off. And it's like,
it's not knowing the rules.
Yeah, that part kind of kills it
not
too.
Great.
There's like one thing he does really well and like 90 things he does subpar. So it's like, I think it's a lot easier to not clean those things up. I think that would ruin it.
C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense had 5 turnovers in their 28-16 road loss to the Patriots. Houston head coach DeMeco Ryans was asked if he considered going to back up Davis Mills in the second half.
No, C.J.'s our guy. I believe that he could come back out in the second half, flip it. I believe that he could play better. He did that in the second half. He did play better. We had some positive drives there in the second half. Because I believe that he would do that, and he did that. And as I always tell our guys at halftime, it doesn't matter what happened in the first half. You have to flush it, remove it, and you just have to go out and finish the right way. And I told you, we've been there before. We've been in situations much more dire than this, and we were able to bounce back. So, in my mind, there was no doubt in my mind that we would be able to overcome that.
Did he make the right decision?
I think he did. I truthfully think you have to consider right now whether or not C.J. Stroud is going to be the quarterback you move with in the future. You can't bench him at halftime of a playoff game and he stunk. I mean, the first half of that game was god-awful, and I'm not going to act like the second half was incredible either, but his most targeted receiver was also Xavier Hutchinson. Like, didn't have the things around him. Like, Nico Collins being injured didn't help. I think you kind of have to stick it out with your guy. Like, basically played every single game of the season. You trusted him throughout the way. I don't think you flip in a playoff game off of one bad half of football. Well, you're down 11, by the way.
I mean, in fairness, CJ's not been great in the second half of the season. They won in spite of him more often. The only thing I object to is the idea of you can't do that and keep him. Yes, you can. Like, I think DeMeco is a really good leader. Like, that would be one of the guys, even though he's more conservative as a coach and how he kind of approaches a game. I like a more aggressive coach. But again, like, I think in terms of the human, DeMeco's who I want. My message to DeMeco, if I own the Texans, is your job in that moment isn't to protect C.J. Stroud. Your job is to win the playoff game. And I listen, I don't know if Davis Mills, he was a third-round pick. He didn't play a lot at Stanford because of injuries. When he did play, he was really good. There's something there with Davis Mills. That's a nice quarterback. I don't know if it's starter good, but to not give your team a chance to win that game when it was a 2-score game, at parts of that, it was a 1-score game, and the quarterback's 100% the reason why you lost that game the way you did. That game is right there. The defense played, because every time CJ turned the ball over, it happened to put the Patriots in perfect scoring position. Like, the defense didn't really give up 28 points.
Yeah.
CJ gave up 28 points, or at least 21 of the 28 points. So, like, I hate this idea of you can't do this because what does it mean for CJ? Well, it's a growing experience for CJ. Hey, I needed somebody else to go win that game. We would have, if we had won that game, we would have reevaluated going to the next week. But quite frankly, you weren't good enough to play. CJ knows that. These guys are so much tougher. Football players are so much tougher than they're ever given credit for. But they get turned into mental minis with this kind of mentality.
Yeah, I just don't know that Davis Mills is a quarterback that's like flipping around your entire season. Like, I think
he was
fine.
really good this year.
Yeah, no, he wasn't bad at all this year.
He was really good when he filled in.
I don't think he's bad. I just don't know that's, again, like playoff game on the line. You want to go back up quarterback?
But you don't know until you see it. I know. We all knew. CJ wasn't coming out in the second half and cooking. He wasn't. He was not there. Whether it was the O-line, which is a fair rebuttal, or the lack of weapons. Cade Stover had passes hit him in his hands about 3 times in this game. Totally fair. But you don't know until you go there. Now you have I would hate to leave playoffs where if you can get to this next round, you've got a real chance now with Stidham out. You got a real chance to go to the Super Bowl, something you've never done in Houston. I'd hate to leave a what if on the table. when the reason why is, well, is it going to ruin my quarterback? If it's going to ruin your quarterback, that kid is already ruined. If going to another quarterback in the second half of the playoff game is going to have that kid just completely reduced to shambles, you've got your answer on C.J. Stroud anyways.
I think the main thing is the reasoning that comes down to, if it was to save C.J. Stroud, then yes, you made the wrong decision. If you looked at it and said, I still think C.J. gives us a better chance than Davis Mills, then sure, I think the fair question comes in when you look at that game. There's like 4 minutes left and you have one timeout and you're like, yeah, we're going to punt it. We don't trust C.J. to even try to convert 4th and 18. It's like, oh, so you just wave the white flag in a playoff game. Nice.
It is. That was Quick Hits. We've got Jim Schwartz Day, and the odds have moved on the Browns' next head coach. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 5:20. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick here on a beautiful Monday in Cleveland. It is Jim Schwartz Day, as Jim Schwartz is getting a second interview, and the latest odds from BetOnline say Grant Udinski is the not runaway favorite, but minus 150 is the favorite to be the Browns' next head coach. Mm-hmm. Jim Schwartz is next at plus 200. Mike McDaniel at plus 500. Then Sean McDermott at plus 900. It's interesting. I don't know why Grant Udinski has seemingly started to run away with this thing, but I think what's really interesting and I would love to know, in all truth and in all reality, what the Browns' intentions are with Jim Schwartz. Maybe that's something we can talk with Mary Kay about, because I still, there's a part of me that really struggles with the idea that he should be the Browns' next head coach.
With Jim Schwartz, you're saying?
Yeah.
Hey, what part of the legitimate struggle for you?
He didn't have enough success in Detroit as a head coach with a franchise quarterback. And to this point in his career, he's proven to be a great defensive coordinator.
No, and I think both those things are fair. I think the thing that I take away, and I kind of like try to section off, because Jim Schwartz probably falls like, I don't know, somewhere around like third on my list, and that's with the Udinski Shieldhouse combo is kind of like a 1-2 for me, even though.
Because you just want to piss me off.
No, I mean, I genuinely think it. By the way, I've been talking about this like all week long. Like, this is not just a thing just to bother you. Actually, you bothered me.
Is this more of like a bonus point situation then?
Yeah, no, this is 100%. Sat it out. Every time I can say the name Udinski and he's my number one, I'm going to throw it in here.
You just know, like, secretly, there's like a blood vessel popping in my brain.
Yes, every single time.
I just want to, like, Udinski. I just want to rage.
But I do. So I look at Schwartz as kind of like my number 3 because there's several things that go into it. I think that being a head coach, like, it was a disaster in Detroit. Like, we've heard some of the horror stories out of, like, that building was just not very organized and there were a lot of things floating around. I think once you're more than 10 years removed, like, especially with Jim.
Is it like old tax returns that you just delete them and they don't count?
Just kind of push them away. But, like, no, I think that you can take over 10 years removed and go, okay, I've learned my situation from that, right? I've been successful as a defensive coordinator. I've seen how great organizations have continued to work, and I have a better feeling. I think that comboed with you ran a good defense, and a lot of the guys in the locker room, they like you, and they don't just like you because you're a player's coach, right? You're not a guy they're going to walk all over. Like, the defense was disciplined this year. The offense was incredibly undisciplined under Kevin Stefanski. The defense was relatively disciplined. You didn't see a lot of dumb penalties. They were organized. I think when you combo that with the players do really like you in the style you have, I think that should put you near the top. And I think that is something that if your players want to go play for you and you are a master motivator, a guy that people want to run through a wall for, I think that goes a long way.
Yeah, but those same players, if Jim Schwartz is lost as a head coach, are going to be the first ones to say it 6 months into this job. You know what I mean? Like, if you get into a situation, and it wouldn't be 6 months into it, but if you get halfway through next year and there's a critical moment and Jim makes a wrong decision, who's going to turn on Jim first? It's not just the fans. It's going to be that locker room. And I think that's what I struggle with. Like, listen, I throw out the first year to 2 years in Detroit because they were digging out of all the Matt Millen era and 0-16 and all that. So, like, it's basically like 2018 and 2019 for the Browns. Like, those were, you're probably going to fail years because you're trying to build something, and then year 3, they got it right. I just think it's really interesting. After getting over that hump, the best they could do was 7-9.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, you go 10-6, 4-12, 7-9, and then Jim Schwartz came in, and I believe Jim Schwartz made the playoffs in 2 out of the next 4 years before he also got fired under the weight of Matt Stafford and having not won a Super Bowl with Matt Stafford yet. So I guess my thing is, like, does it matter that Miles and Denzel want him? Of course it matters. Like, we're in this position where, and I do think when we get into this, a lot of candidates, we go into it's all or nothing, right? Like, and in fairness, I might have that way of viewing Udinski and Shieldhouse just because there's just not enough success for me. But, like, do I think Jim is the worst idea ever? No. Do I think he's good enough for this? Also, no. Like, I was willing to give Greg Williams the full-time job going into 2019, and I didn't love the Freddie Kitchens thing, but I was willing to give it to Greg because it's like, you need to stabilize this thing. You need an adult in the room. You need this, you need this, you need this. But he was also a guy that had not been the best head coach in Buffalo, that had been he was a good defensive coordinator, right? But I thought you needed some of what he had. I don't know what Jim has, other than I think Jim is maybe a little bit more of a motivator than Kevin. But other than that, he's 59. Like, I don't think if you give him a job, I don't think Jim's ever getting another head coaching job.
No, definitely not.
And so I think that's telling. And again, like, that doesn't mean you shouldn't give it to him. But I try to find a reason that goes beyond. Give me a reason other than, well, Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett really want him. And listen, if you're the Browns, you might be leveraging your head. Well, if we say no to Jim, and then Jim says, I'm not going to be your defensive coordinator next year, and he quits, maybe Myles asks for another trade. Okay. That might have to be, and that might come out of this, but you cannot let. By the way, if you had a franchise quarterback, I couldn't let that quarterback dictate the head coach hire. You have to have a brain. You have to have your own brain and your own concept of what a head coach is in your own mind. You cannot let that be stirred. Like when Jim Schwartz got interviewed by Baltimore, or Mike McDaniels, now plus 300, the current favorite to be the next head coach in Buffalo. Run your search. Do your job. Like, let this play out and come to a conclusion between yourself, himself being Andrew Berry, the Haslam family, anybody else involved, that everybody feels comfortable with. That's the only way this goes to success. If you're thinking about, well, but Myles, you've already lost. If you're thinking about, but the fans, you've already lost. If you're thinking about trying to find something that will make everybody think you're smart again, you're lost. You might find the next Sean McVay. You also might find the next Pat Shurmur. And the reality is, the only way you change the perception of this organization, the same way you did when Kevin Stefanski came here, is if you win damn games. And how do you do that? You hire the right head coach. And I really struggle. I like Jim Schwartz. There's so much of me that I believe in him as a defensive coordinator. I believe in his system as well. And I there's a part of me that feels like, man, maybe you should have gotten a second opportunity along the way. But I keep grasping for the thing that makes me feel like this is the right move here. And the fear to me is, it's a bit of a, well, he knows Andrew Berry. That's why he's here, right?
Right.
Myles really likes him. Denzel really likes him. There has been player development on the second half. Like, there are things you can sell. And so you get to a point where you're like, well, we owe it to him. No, you don't. It's the NFL. And I hate to be that way, but like, I hate to be so crude about it, because he seems like a great guy, and he is genuinely a truly great, prolific defensive coordinator. But if you hire him because, well, we owe it to him, that feels like a you'll be fired in 2 years, along with Andrew Berry kind of move.
Yeah, no, that's definitely too far. I mean, I do think that at this point you owed him an interview, right? Like, to at least go for the job, I think you owed him that.
I believe you owed him honesty. If you didn't intend to make him the head coach, you shouldn't have interviewed him and given him false hope. And that, I think, might end up being the thing that bites you in the butt here. Because if you didn't intend to do it, and you bring him to the second interview, and then halfway through you go, hey, what do you think about being the DC? That's a quicker way to upset him than if you just told him beforehand, hey, we're not going to give you an interview here. We want you to stay on as DC.
Yeah, I don't know that I look at it, though, as they didn't legitimately consider Jim Schwartz as a head coach. Like, I do think that is something you have to take into consideration with, like, you've pointed out a lot of the things that he's done well. Like, development under players, which I think on the offensive side is something that we can point to and say wasn't good enough, right? Like, of the players you drafted, even if they were just absolute drop the ball bad players, you didn't develop one of those guys into like he can stay on the roster. He's an okay piece. Like, that's Jerome Ford is probably like the best option I have for that. The offense didn't do it. Jim Schwartz did it, and he turned guys legitimately into really good players. Like, Myles Harden is a late round pick who is currently your starting slot corner and was fine doing it. Like, if you've already succeeded with what you've gotten out of Myles Harden based on where you drafted him, I think you look at those things and go, okay, that's something I need out of somebody who's going to be running my team. And if you can put the right pieces in place, then maybe we can get the offense under, and maybe we can make sure that things are doing for the defensive guys' development, or at least being handled in the right way offensively. I think when we talk about the Browns casting like a wide net, though, this is what they're doing. They're going, okay, Jim Schwartz is an option. We have to talk to Jim Schwartz. We have to consider this. But also, I'm going to look at a lot of the other guys that I think can also help out this team in a much different way.
I guess I look at it through the lens of this cliche, which is the danger in hiring a defensive coordinator and then pairing him with a young wizard as offensive coordinator is eventually that young wizard is going to, as all young offensive wizards do, get plucked away to be the head coach, and then you have to replace him. And then that becomes the trick. So the problem there then becomes, all right, we hired a great coach, but now we got to keep the Tomlin thing. Now we got to keep fixing our offense. That's with great defensive coaches. That's if I hired a Mike Tomlin. That's if I hired a Bill Belichick. Okay, who does the offense? I'm having that problem with great leaders and great head coaches, guys that have won Super Bowls. I'm also going to have that problem, and it's going to feel more amplified when your head coach is a guy where it's like, is he deserve? Did he do enough to get that second run as a head coach, or did he not? And I think that's a part of this struggle.
Well, that's part of it. I lean away from defensive head coaches as it is because of that struggle. Like, it makes me want to lean into the offense because the young defensive mind rarely gets plucked to be the head coach. Like, every once in a while it'll happen, but it's usually the offensive mind. I can find great defensive coordinators. Like, that is the other thing. I think Jim's incredible. There's other defensive coordinators that exist that are good defensive coordinators. That are they going to run the wide nine technique? Maybe not. Is that the best thing for the Browns? Probably. Can they run something that the Browns can still have success with the talent they have? Yeah, I think you could probably find something out too.
So are you saying that in deference of bumping him up and losing him as a defensive coordinator?
Yeah, like, because I think that's a legitimate thing right here, right? Like, I think if you do go young mind and you go young offensive mind, I don't know that Jim Schwartz wants to hang around.
216-474-0092. So the odds are out from BetOnline. Grant Udinski is the favorite to be the Browns' next head coach, then Jim Schwartz, and then Mike McDaniel, then Sean McDermott, then Todd Monken, Tommy Rees, Clint Kubiak, and Jesse Minter. Do you guys think, as it is Jim Schwartz Day, that he should be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns? And we will get to those succulent six, as many are calling them, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. have it coming up in about 60 minutes here. We also do have the Cavs game. Once that is over, we'll go ahead and react to the latest there. It's been a topsy-turvy one, as NBA games tend to be, but we're talking about the Browns head coaching situation. And of the succulent six, as many are calling them, I'm going to give you my 6 through 1. So I'm going to rank them here. I'm going to give you a quick explanation, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jake for his. I will try to not jump in and interject, and then after he is done, we will spar. In my 6th spot, it is Todd Monken. I have no idea why anyone would hire Todd Monken as a head coach, and certainly a first-time head coach that's 59 years old that has just got his head coach fired. This just feels like a weird one to me, unless they're basically bringing him back to try and get him as the OC. Number 5, Nate Scheelhaus. He only has 2 years experience in college or in the NFL, and he's not even like the third in charge in LA. Number 4, Jim Schwartz. I'm sorry, I just go from where the 10-6 season, the playoff season happened on. There wasn't enough success there with Matt Stafford, Sue, Calvin Johnson. Number 3, Grant Udinski. I really struggle putting him this high. I actually think he will be the Browns head coach. I think they're taking an immense risk, but I understand the payoff. Number 2, Jesse Minter. He's got the right combination of NFL experience and coaching experience. He's from the right tree, the Harbaugh tree. He's got both Harbaughs on his side, John and Jim. I think he's going to be a really, really good head coach. I actually think he's going to go to Baltimore, but that'd be one of my top 2. And number 1, it's Mike McDaniel. And this is simple. He's what you want in Grant Udinski when it comes to offensive wizard. You're a wizard, Mike. And he has experience. So and when I say experience, I mean as a play caller, as a head coach, and just all through the ranks. And I think that experience should matter here, because somebody said it on the 92 Through the Fan YouTube channel, and it was on Twitter. I believe this. This shouldn't be a first-time hired job if you've got a qualified candidate with experience. So it goes Monken, Scheelhaus, Schwartz, Udinski, Minter, and then McDaniel. Give me your 6 through 1.
So I started 6. We're on the exact same page. Todd Monken is my number 6. I don't understand it. Also is probably the only candidate that I'm genuinely mad if you actually make the hire. Like, the other 5 I can logic with. I can't do Monken. Like, I'm out completely on the idea that you would hire him as a head coach. 5 is going to be Jesse Minter. I think he's a tremendous head coaching candidate, and I think he lands. I also think Baltimore is probably the right landing spot for him and where he ends up, and I think he probably does a tremendous job. It's more so the fit with the defense, I think, is going to draw some problems very early on that I just don't want to have to roll through. 4 for me is Mike McDaniel. I like Mike, and I actually think he does a lot of really good stuff offensively, and I think the success that Tua had was probably in large part because of him, and Tua's not as good as a quarterback, even as we saw with McDaniel. It's more so the immediate, you just got fired, just got walked all over, did not hold the guys accountable in the room, and I think there's a really good chance that just replays once again. I don't know that he has the backbone to change that currently the way that he is, is a coach in general. I don't know that you see that quick of a flip. 3 for me is Jim Schwartz. We kind of just talked about it. I think that keeping him in place at DC is the best option. If you move him to head coach to do that, you better make sure he has the right offensive hire, and you better make sure it's not going to be Detroit when it turns around. And then it's Scheelhaus 2, Udinski 1. I told you from the beginning, I grouped these guys together in a lot of the thinking. I think a lot has to go into the interviews that you do with them, and I think you have to be blown away by them. But I'm willing to take the risk of, I don't know what's happening with that guy. Like, I don't have the full picture and the backing for it, for what could be the immense payoff of that's your next coach for the next 15 years, and they flip the entire offense around.
The only thing that drives me crazy about the McDaniel thing here is the idea of, he just got fired. Like, to me, that's perceptional. Like, the idea of go be an OC somewhere, have some success, and then a year's time, you'll be more equipped to be a head coach. It's like, I think the firing is the kick in the nards. It's not the going to be somebody's offensive coordinator and having success again. To me, this is like getting fired is the wake-up call. Chris Carter getting cut in Philadelphia was the thing that made him great in Minnesota, because it was his wake-up call. He didn't need to wait a year to then go be great. He just needed somebody to point out, hey, you aren't the end-all be-all. You cost your job. Also, like, in a year's time, maybe this is actually brings our Udinski, Shieldhouse, McDaniel argument close together. In a year's time, if Mike goes to Philly and the Eagles win a Super Bowl, Mike will be a head coach and will have his pick of jobs.
Yep.
Is it because he just made the Eagles that great? Or did he change that much? Or did he just do the job he's really good at, which makes him fit to be the head coach here? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I hate the 1 year waiting period. That's such a perceptional thing. That's such a human flaw to me of, well, he'll be better after a year because he'll have time to think about how he failed. No, you'll have time to not think about how he failed.
And he'll have time to think about the Eagles' offense.
Yeah, like it's not like he's going to Cabo. He's not going to go. He's not going to do Bam Bam in Colombia with a couple of warlords. No, he's going to go have a full-time job. And like, I've never bought this idea that you need a year as an assistant to make you. It's like the fear of missing out, or I knew what we had. I think that's crap. I think that's. And by the way, and I'll say this because you're going to hear a lot of well-intentioned reporters spout it. I think that's a media creation by reporters. I think the reality is Mike McDaniel, in the same way you can say this about Kevin Stefanski, is somewhat a victim of circumstance and in having to coach with a less-than quarterback. And then once the less-than quarterback wasn't supported with as much talent around him, well, the problems started to pop up as they are. Like, I guess it's so funny that my final two are Minter and McDaniel, because I do think Minter fits the defensive coach, which is a little bit more of a leader, a little bit more of a red ass, and a little bit more of a, I'm going to lead you to where this needs to go, where I think McDaniel is akin to a lot of the offensive guys. Show up on time, run my offense, make plays, and that's good enough. But so they're kind of, I don't say opposite, but they're not closely linked as maybe like a McDaniels and a Udinski or McDaniels and a Shieldhouse are. But I guess my thing is, like, I wanted a Tomlin. I wanted a D'Amico Ryan. I wanted a Sean McDermott. And then they showed me they aren't really interested in that. So I'll go with the best coach that fits the profile they want.
Yeah, and so I think that part of it, I think specifically when we talk the combination with like Udinski and Shieldhouse, like you view this in a way that is, okay, I know all the positives that I already have in McDaniel that are complete question marks with those two. Whereas I kind of look at it as a flip. I'm like, okay, I have complete unknowns kind of with these guys on what they're going to be great at, what they're going to be bad at. But I know already what McDaniel is bad at.
Yeah, but doesn't that make it easier to program around him? Like, if you know what somebody's, weaker points are, by the way, the Browns kind of did this with Kevin. Like, that first staff, I know they had Joe Woods, who was, I think, just a defensive version of Kevin, of like, I just want to play with my toys while you guys go do all the other stuff I don't want to do. But, like, on the offensive side of the ball, Alex Van Pelt was never going to be anybody's head coach. But he was a good game planner, and he was really a really good communicator. Bill O'Brien took over a lot of the other aspects of the offense, and specifically, like, he was kind of the Jim Schwartz on the offensive line, or on the offensive side. Like, he was a little bit tougher. He was a little bit of a, this is the way it's going to go. He was not the offensive head coach because it was Kevin, but, like, I don't think it's a coincidence that without those two pieces, he fell apart. Because I think he needed those things. I think he still needs those things. I think with McDaniel, well, okay, if I have the defensive head coach in Schwartz, go find me a strong personality to help him on the offensive side of the ball. And by the way, Deuce Staley could be one of those dudes, but maybe a Dwayne Ledford, the old Atlanta offensive line coach, maybe he can bring in his guy, Frank Smith. Like, I think you can build around those deficiencies. With Grant Udinski, you can't. Because you just don't know where those deficiencies are. And by the time you figure them out, it might be time to, change the coach again.
So I think that I'm willing to take the risk, and I think this is where the difference is. I know what I have to fix on Mike McDaniel. The problem is that then those pieces can move around, those pieces can change, and I'm constantly having to plug that fix.
That's every coach in the NFL, though. McVay needs that.
Yeah, but
like Shanahan needs that. You just saw that with Shanahan and having to bring Saleh back.
But I do think, but that's like the completely opposite side of the ball, too. Right, it's like every smart offensive coach are going to have a strong defensive leader because that's not his. Like, somebody needs to be in charge of that side of football. You're going to handle the player problems and everything else, but in terms of what's actually getting done on the defensive side, you need that. I know that Mike has problems handling the offensive guys, And, like, is, again, a very smart offensive mind.
But the offensive guy was Tua, and I think...
Oh, it was also Tyreek. It was also...
What problems do they have with Tyreek other than Tyreek?
The fact that he wanted out 3 different times and basically requested his trade while he was there.
I think that... okay, specific to Tyreek. Tyreek's a bit of a Tyreek.
Yeah.
But I do think these things happen in the NFL more than we realize. Like, I think one of Mike's biggest problems is he's not good at keeping things in-house. And inevitably, that might be what costs him this job, is they like to keep all their stuff inside because they're big on optics and big on stuff like that. But, here's the thing. I know what Mike McDaniel's offense is going to look like and how he's going to deploy it. And you can win with that. You can win with that next year with what you have now. Like, he won with Quinn Ewers down the stretch. He won with, Tua, with all the many problems with Tua throughout the years. He won with Tua. He never has had a defense like this. So if you compare him with Schwartz, and I do think that's a fair thing, by the way. I don't know if Schwartz said, no, I don't want to work with Mike McDaniel. I don't know how that might change the arithmetic in my head. But you want knowable things when you're trying to build an organization, especially if you're trying to plug somebody into a role that you've created. This is what the head coach is, and you don't deviate, don't color outside the lines. Well, Mike McDaniel offers you that. With Grant Udinski, I'm not saying he'll try and color out the lines, but I'll come back to, you have to have a sample size of information on a guy. And 1 year in a position of power, being the 2 in Jacksonville, where it's fair to say how much did he do, how much didn't he do, but it's 1 year. He was the assistant OC and assistant quarterbacks coach, which is, I will tell you, a made-up role. It still means you're the 4th guy in charge in Minnesota. Last year, he just came to the NFL in 2020, and it was, with love and respect, it was in Carolina where those first 2 years were a little bit of no man's land. Like, I guess my thing is, every time I look at Grant Udinski, I think you're trying to corner a market that doesn't exist yet. And I get it. I get the understanding. He can be our McVay. He can be our Shanahan. What's the number 1 fail rate in the NFL right now today? Trying to corner and trying to find the next Shanahan or McVay. And that's and again, I'm not telling you, I'm not going to bash the hire. I'll tell you what I don't like about it. If Grant Udinski's the guy, I'll tell you what I do like about it. I will root for whoever is the guy. I'm more optimistic than most about the direction of this franchise, but this feels like a risk where you need not risk. If Mike McDaniel wasn't there, that's a real conversation, right? And in fairness to Mike McDaniel, if Sean McDermott wants to come here, well, now we have a different conversation. But of these succulent 6, there's risk abound with these, and there's risk you don't have to take. Like, the risk with Todd Monken is, quite frankly, he doesn't deserve to be an NFL head coach, and I feel the same way about Jim Schwartz. The risk of Udinski and Shieldhouse is that you get them so early in the process. Like, it is fair to say, I really do believe this. No one's ready to be an NFL head coach. Strike that and reverse it. But some guys are farther away. And if you give the right guy the right job at the wrong time, you do end up with everyone getting fired in a couple years here.
But I think this is it, too. It's a question that you and I will never be able to, actually know the inner workings of, because we're not going to be sitting there in the interviews. But we can all point out these questions of, okay, what did Grant do? How much, is that a large enough sample size? What does his offense look like? It's kind of what you sit a guy down in an interview partially for, right? It's project out to me what these things look like.
Yeah,
but you're not going to figure out everything.
But this is still, it's somebody's words versus data. You know what I mean? That's where the risk is. A good BSer with no resume can get a job that he doesn't deserve versus a guy who half knows how to talk well with a great resume. You know what I mean? I guess you're at such a risk of being BS'd here by somebody who's just good interview, because you just don't have the tangible thing to fall back on. That's, again, I'm not saying he's a bad coach. I'm not saying he's guaranteed to be, but we need to understand that risk here. And it feels like the Browns think they're playing with house money here, and you're not. It's a pivotal point in this organization with where you're going. You need to ace this hire. And acing it means just hiring a guy who can take you to the next step. It's harder to project that with Grant Udinski.
Yeah, but it 100%. I agree it's harder to project it, but you also look at it and go, okay, is Mike McDaniel going to take me all the way over the hump, or am I going to get one step farther? Because this 120 days is important, because it's not necessarily just, can this team get to 9 wins? Can this team get to 8 wins? And can they just climb into, we get to the playoffs a couple of times? Like, your window right now with the team that you have is we want to make the Super Bowl. Like, you've built the defense to make a Super Bowl. I think right now is actually the time where you look at it and you say, it's absolutely the time to take a risk. Like, this thing is either going to shoot to the moon and you're going to nail it, or it can just flutter into fire. But, like, you want to play it safe. You want to build a culture. Okay, do that while the team stinks. Like, do that while there's nothing around you. Then build the culture. Build it from the ground. If I already have part of it in place, swing for the fences.
I think you can build a culture with Mike McDaniel. And I think that's where I think a lot of people are just
late to meetings.
Well, yeah, by the way, that's everywhere in the NFL. Kevin Stefanski had problems too.
I'm sure he did.
And by the way, those weren't why he got fired. No, he got fired because he didn't have enough winning seasons in a short amount of time. I think if they were a 7-9 or 7-10 team this year, Kevin still has a job. A little news to pass along: the Chiefs are hiring Chad O'Shea as their wide receivers coach.
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
All right.
Listen, I don't know Chad O'Shea. I don't know, but all I know is I've watched too many years of wide receivers not doing jack all since they've been here. I'll take the switch. I'm happy.
Just so everybody heard, jack all. Jack all is what he said there. Yeah, it's tough to be like, oh, no, we got one. No, Lord, bring it back. We'll give you Jim Schwartz instead, please. Chad O'Shea is no longer the Browns wide receivers coach. 216-474-0092. Who is the top candidate for you out of the succulent 6, the 6 candidates getting second-round interviews from the Cleveland Browns? And can there be such thing as too much great defense? In 5 minutes, we'll find that out on 92.3 The Fan.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
Mary Kay Cabot coming up in just about 40 minutes there. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick here with you on a Monday. We do have the lead coming up, so you'll hear some of the big stories around football. Sean McDermott out in Buffalo. Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta. Just don't tell Falcons fans that. And we had a great weekend. Obviously, we do have the national championship game coming up tonight, but it means we do have a weekend of great matchups in the NFL. But now that we go to this next round of the playoffs, not only do we not get Bo Nix because he busted his ankle, we also have no Josh Allen and none of the big-name quarterbacks maybe people were hoping for. At least we're accustomed to the Mahomeses, the Lamars, the Jalen Hurtses, and the Josh Allens.
Yeah. I don't know that I really sit here and I am super bothered by it, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I think that actually everybody kept saying, and I think I honestly echoed it because I feel this way, but you lose Mahomes in the playoffs, the NFL playoffs are supposed to get worse, right? They're supposed to be a worse experience because you don't have the best possible players at the best possible position in the sport to go and watch. I actually think this has been one of the most interesting playoff runs that I've watched in recent years. I think this is some of the most entertaining football we've seen. I don't know that I need the great quarterback play. Would I prefer to see more great things out of quarterback? Yeah, it'd be a little nicer. But I've been entertained by, 75% of the games have been not just entertaining, but really good.
I just think it's funny that this weekend, the two games where you saw the best defensive performances were the two games that everyone's like, what snoozers? The Seahawks destroyed Seattle this weekend, so much so that we haven't talked about Sam Darnold and how good he is in football or how good he was this weekend. And then obviously the whole point of New England was that C.J. Stroud was so bad that it offset one of the best defensive performances you could see from the Texans. People they gave up 28 points. Guys, no, it was C.J. Stroud that gave up the 28 points because he gave the Patriots the ball countless times in Texans territory.
Yeah, so Stroud was bad. Josh Allen was. There's no nice way to put that. It's not he's just flat out bad. Josh Allen was subpar for what you expected.
Do you think they should move off of him, or at least have the conversation?
You have to have the conversation. I don't think that something has to change because he is basically the exact same quarterback as the day that he walked into the NFL, and you might be able to argue worse than the day he walked into the NFL. It's you got to figure that part out, but I don't think that's strictly a Stroud problem. He has the intangible, the physical traits to be a good quarterback, and it's whatever they're manufacturing on the offense side of the ball is not developing him in a way that he needs to be developed, and they've gone and got him attempts at weapons.
It does feel like the Browns need a quarterback a year too early. CJ could be available next year. Baker could be made available again next year. There are other quarterbacks I'm not even thinking about. Mac Jones will be a free agent next year. The 2027 draft class looks to be elite. It does feel like the Browns could really use a quality starting quarterback, and if they got him this year, you could be in a serious position next year to, at the very least, make the playoffs and who knows what else. And none of those guys are really going to be I think it's a year too early. You or anyone saying CJ, it's a year or the CJ's no different than the year he came in, and that basically the book is out on him and how you beat CJ Stroud, you're 100% right. The same point, if you're the Texans, all you've done with the kid is win. That is the greatest ground fire you can have, or the greatest ground cover you can have in this, is you've won with him. You've won in spite of him, but you've won with him. And those 3 wild card wins are 3 more wild card wins than you've had with anybody else. I know they had a little success with Deshaun, but you're in a primo situation. Even if a year from now you're going to have to say, well, do we really want to pay him $40 a year, $50 or something like that?
Yeah, I think that's the thing, though. I'm not when I say have the conversation, I think it needs to be legitimate thinking okay, is CJ going to be our quarterback of the future? You still keep him on the roster this year. You need to figure out what's actually happening, and if you can develop him, not go, oh, what can we field for a trade? Right? But like if you're just going, oh, well, let's get CJ his next contract. He's definitely the guy. You're also absolutely bonkers if you're in Houston and just assuming that.
Now, if they're dumb enough to trade him, the answer is yes. It's not even a question.
I think so many people would be so soured away from that because you're just handing first-round picks because it would take at least a first-round pick, I would imagine. You're handing first-round picks to the Texans
If I
again.
said 2 years ago, 2 years from now, you're going to get C.J. Stroud for a first-round pick, there isn't a person that would line up. Now, the problem is if they believed in Davis Mills that much, Davis Mills would have gone into the second half of that game. But it's interesting, like 216-474-0092, are you missing elite quarterbacks in the playoff yet? This was always, to me, going to be about the Crownham year, right? Like, can somebody new step up and win so that we can push him to the front of the line in the young quarterback conversation? The thing that stinks about Stidham getting injured, or Bo Nix getting injured, is okay, you got the win here, but like you need to see it in the AFC title game. You need to see it in the Super Bowl. So Denver wins. It's almost kind of like Carson Wentz in Philadelphia, where Nick Foles went in and then had the success they had, but on a shorter time scale because it's 2 games. But like Sam Darnold making it to the Super Bowl and winning this year, even if we all look at him and go, I still don't know he's a franchise quarterback. Guys, this leapfrogs him into a pantheon, probably where Matt Stafford is. Matt Stafford, one, I know he's not Matt Stafford of 6 years ago. Dude is still really good.
Yeah.
And he still does do some things.
He was
like
really bad in that game. I think the finger was bothering him.
100%.
And I think you could maybe make the same argument because Caleb was also dealing with that finger issue throughout the game. Like, I think that was part of the bad quarterback play, but Stafford's still great.
Stafford reminds me of Kurt Warner at the end in Arizona, where Kurt was still a good quarterback, but he wasn't the guy that could sling it the way he did in St. Louis. But McVay didn't help him. McVay abandoning the run in that game, and give full credit to the Bears who took away Puka. Like, so much of that offense has been, okay, what happens if you take away Puka? No one's been able to do it. The Bears did. That was an incredible secondary game from the Bears, which makes it even harder to lose. But okay, so Darnold, he level jumps with a win. And I think he is playing incredible, by the way. Like, lost in all this, as good as that defense is, you don't put up the points you put up this weekend without a good performance by Darnold. Stafford, it's a legacy level up. Drake May is Simba. Like, if he wins a championship this year, he skips the line. He passes go, gets his $200, and he's thought of as a top 5 quarterback. He's the only guy you can say that with. Darnold, I think, goes somewhere in the Stafford 6 to 10 range.
Obviously Caleb's out. Same kind of scenario there for you?
If Caleb had won? Oh, yeah. Well, Caleb winning because of the throws.
Yeah.
He would have been like that, whether it was the throw to take him to overtime, the throw against the Green Bay a week ago. He has such physical talents. I think he would have level jumped too. If they had won and then the Bears had, and I didn't think the Bears were going to win the Super Bowl no matter what, but had they gone off on a Super Bowl run and won, yeah, he would have level jumped too.
I even think that some of these guys being in it right now have not level jumped to what we're talking about, like skipping the line, but have even entered a new tier. Like Caleb playing the way he did in these playoffs, I think makes you think differently about Caleb Williams and his future than you did at the start of the year, for sure.
We didn't have him in the top 20 quarterbacks going into the season. Yeah. He is now definitively a top 12, if not top 10. So that's but May, I think May, it's going to be interesting. Do you put him ahead of Burrow? If he wins this year, do you put him ahead of Burrow? Do you put him ahead of, because that's not a complete team around him.
Like, the wide receiver room is
It's
Aaron.
Stephon Diggs.
It's Stephon Diggs.
Is their best wide receiver.
Demario Douglas. It's like a bunch of they're an all right guy. Like, if he's your wide receiver 3 or 4, you feel all right. And that's like 6 guys in a row. And
again, all their tight ends are like old as hell. The O-line is legit good. The defense has some strong parts, but also isn't great. So my point is, like, the elite thing he has going for him is Josh McDaniels and Mike Vrabel and that O-line. Everything else is like, it's okay, or it's good, or it's not good. Now, Stidham's the obvious. Stidham's the guy, though, that if he has a really good next 2 games, he's going to get paid in a way that just isn't. And that is just, and it might be in Cleveland, and I can just see it happening.
stop that.
If he wins
Stop
the next
that.
2 games, you know it.
No.
No, Stidham, he found
No.
the fountain of relevance. He's the new quarterback. It's going to be the Matt Flynn or whatever quarterback, the Nick Foles getting paid $90 million for roughly 6 good games at the end of 2018.
By the way, did anybody feel good about Nick Foles? Because he went to Indy right after. Did
I think
anybody
the
in Indy
locker
feel
room-
great?
I think the locker room felt good. No, it was Jacksonville.
Oh, Jackson. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, Jacksonville, and then he ended up.
And
in
that
Indy,
was
right?
because of the scouting report on Nick. People remember that nickname.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him. 216. So-and-so. 216-474-0092. Are we missing, and are you missing elite quarterbacks in the playoffs yet? We got the lead coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Mary Kay Cabot coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick back on Afternoon Drive. Loaded show. We got so much news to react to. Let's get to the lead, though. Sal Capaccio of WGR 550 in Buffalo joined us today at 2:40, and he said the Browns, along with other teams, should consider Sean McDermott for their head coaching job.
I think Sean McDermott goes near the top of anyone's list for what he's done in Buffalo. I think the culture that he can create immediately to get a team back on track is real, and I think it would be a success in a lot of places. I do believe the Cleveland Browns would be a place that would, with the dysfunction that it seems like it's had from the outside looking in, the disorganization, I think Sean McDermott would be somebody who would come in there and command a lot of respect immediately, get things right on the same page, and I think steer things in the right direction.
I feel so torn when I think about Sean McDermott because there's like two types of head coaches that I really want, and they are like almost the polar opposites of each other, which is I either want the young, up-and-coming offensive mind or the guy who's just going to absolutely establish a culture and that I can like build off of that moving into the future, that I have a product. And that's McDermott, which is why I like it a lot. The idea of if you wanted to come here, I'd say, yeah, go ahead and make that happen. Like, definitely put him in the interview process, go through, consider him highly. The other side of it is I can still look at, Sean McDermott's had his own troubles with his own C and his own OC, and you don't have the offensive talent that I don't want to say he ever had in Buffalo because he's doing it with Tyrod Taylor, but like certainly that he's had in Buffalo for the last 7 years.
I think what's interesting about this is we don't know what. Every time somebody gets fired, there's a reaction to, hey, this is what got me fired, and so I want to avoid that in the next step. It seemed like him and Brandon Beane, from Sal's words, like there was a disconnect this year that there hadn't been in previous years, and that they just weren't on the same page. So it'd be interesting to hear how McDermott feels about this system, where it does seem like the head coach reports up to the GM, and then the GM reports up for both of them, right? I don't know how Sean McDermott would look at on this. I know this. If he had interest in Cleveland, he'd be somebody that I would need to talk to as soon as humanly possible. And I need to gauge, all right, is this like Harbaugh where he has a team that he wants to go to, or is he truly open? You could do a lot worse than hiring Sean McDermott. I'm still on the Mike McDaniel train as of right now, but you could do a lot worse than Sean McDermott, and he would fulfill the thing that I wanted that Kevin Stefanski didn't, which I do think Sean McDermott is a bit of a nutball and a bit more of a disciplinarian than Kevin was, while still fitting into the current NFL kind of structure of, hey, we don't yell at guys as much as the way we used to, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like that part. I also, just talking to Sally, there were too many moments where I went through and just went, he's describing the Cleveland Browns, right? Like, oh, there was a disconnect, which, by the way, might just be the exact thing that turned Sean McDermott away from this job, too. It's like, oh, there's a disconnect between the GM and the coach, and, like, that was, you could feel it all year long, and it was like, that's Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. You felt it the entire year. It was down to drafting Shedeur in the 5th round after already taking a quarterback, trading Joe Flacco, everything that went through, you're like, they're not on the same page anymore. I don't know if I was Sean McDermott, I'd be like, yeah, the guy who just went through that with his head coach last year, I want to do that again.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like with Harbaugh, as soon as Harbaugh got fired, people said the Giants' job. And you know me, I think the Giants' job is a tad overrated. With McDermott, I mean, I think McDermott in Tennessee would be gangbusters, depending on who he hired as his OC, which sadly might be Matt Nagy. I think there really isn't a job that I go to and think Sean McDermott wouldn't be a good hire. So I think that's a credit to him. Now, the Buffalo job, if they want to elevate Joe Brady, you deserve what you get in that case. Or if you just want to find, Udinsky or Shieldhouse or whatever, all right, enjoy. But, like, you might have taken your old head coach for granted there.
All right, Scott Petrak of the Chronicle Telegram was on with Baskin and Phelps today and said that he feels like the Browns head coaching search may be leaning towards Jim Schwartz, with interviewing him for the second time today as well.
I do think it's leaning to some degree to Jim Schwartz. And I've thought that, we've talked about it since the firing, and I've thought that since Kevin Stefanski was fired, that Jim Schwartz had a really good chance to stick as a head coach. But I don't think if you break down the other candidates, I think Todd Monken could fit with Jim Schwartz. Now, he also might have the opportunity to go to the Giants, and stay with John Harbaugh and be the coordinator there. I don't know if that's a guarantee, but I could see those two guys working together. The same with Nate Scheelhaase, right? Young guy. It would be a promotion from the Rams pass game coordinator to offensive coordinator. I could see those two guys working together. But, Grant Udinski's already a coordinator with the Jaguars, and it's kind of a parallel move that, he would get a chance to call plays, but the Jaguars would not have to let him leave to do that. Jesse Minter is a defensive coordinator, so that does not fit with Jim Schwartz. So I think you can say it with a couple of candidates and look and go, okay, that kind of fits, but I don't think it fits with all of them.
I don't feel like I've been consistent with the Schwartz thing, just because it's tough to take the emotion out of it. I really think Jim, one, I love hearing players talk about him because they talk about him in a way they haven't talked about other Browns assistants or even their head coaches over the last little bit. So I do love that. And two, I think he's a legit genius defensive coordinator. And I would do just about anything to keep him as the defensive coordinator. That doesn't mean bumping him up to the head coach. I really do think this is I don't think he's done enough as a former head coach for me to say, I think you're more than just a good defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly didn't show it in Detroit. I don't know that you showed it even here to say that, this is the hard thing, too, is I can stare at a guy be a good coordinator, but when it's an older guy who's had the chance to be a head coach, it's kind of whether or not you've flipped everything that you failed on in the first time, right? Like, if you've made the necessary adjustments and you can now lead a team, him coaching a defense really doesn't have anything to do with him being a head coach.
We do have a little bit of news to pass along here as the Dolphins are closing in on a deal to hire Jeff Hafley as their head coach. Jeff Hafley, most recently as the Packers defensive coordinator, previously as a head coach at Boston College. Browns fans might remember that name from his time under Mike Pettin as a defensive coach here. So this does fulfill my prophecy of what I thought was going to happen in Miami. Miami fired, and it fired one of two ways. Miami decided to fire Mike McDaniel after the news of John Harbaugh came out. In fairness, it was right in line when they hired their new GM who just came from Green Bay. And my whole thing was they're going to fire the head coach to make a run at John Harbaugh, only to land with somebody that isn't John Harbaugh. Now, in this case, you do get a GM that worked with the head coach in Green Bay. They aren't bringing the Green Bay history or Jordan Love, so good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean,
this feels like we just had an offensive head coach.
Now
Let's
we
get
want
a defensive one. Yeah.
That's exactly kind of what I was feeling.
He's a real leader of men. Mikey McD does not lead men. This feels like the opposite hire.
Yeah, you literally read my mind. That's exactly where I was feeling on it. It was just like, you just kind of took the guy and you went, well, that didn't work. Why don't we just go somewhere else and do nothing that is similar in the slightest? Like, if we just do the opposite, maybe that'll work. Maybe.
Abe Gordon of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta was on with the Morning Boys earlier today, and he said he was surprised by all the negative buzz from Falcons fans surrounding the Stefanski hire.
I'll be honest, I was a little bit surprised just how negative the Falcons fan base was in regards to the hire of Kevin Stefanski. And I do think some of the criticisms and the complaints that they have are somewhat fair. I also think there's a large misunderstanding of Kevin Stefanski's power in roster building up in Cleveland and the role he played compared to the role Andrew Berry, Sashi Brown, Jimmy Haslam, and the like played up there. So there is concern, but the biggest thing I keep getting thrown down here is we hired a coach that had a worse record over the last 2 years than the coach in Raheem Morris that we just fired. That is the biggest complaint, is that this guy does not win games. And the counter would be let him be given a quality quarterback, which I do not believe you guys had in Cleveland over the past 2 years. And then the counter to that counter would be he had 13 quarterbacks and wasn't able to develop any of them. A lot of people believe Kevin Stefanski is to blame for running Baker Mayfield out of Cleveland. And they look at Deshaun Watson in Houston, they look at Deshaun Watson under Stefanski, and they say, what happened? Who burned this quarterback? And Stefanski's just getting a lot of blame.
You know what kind of this entire thing screams to me is the fact that while Kevin Stefanski's in Cleveland, everybody looked at it and went, that's going to be a scapegoat. That's a good coach right there. But the second that Kevin Stefanski goes to their team, it's, why would you hire that guy?
Oh, no. I think if he had gone to Tennessee, they would have set up a parade down Broadway. I think if he'd gone to the Raiders, if that had been a real shot for them, I think he would have done fine. I think it's just Atlanta.
It's just Atlanta?
Yeah, well, again, Atlanta thought they were getting Harbaugh. Atlanta thought
That's quite the
that maybe they
drop-off.
were getting someone like it's so funny that, people have made the Shador connection. Isaac Hayes II made that of like, this is Deion Sanders' old team. One, Deion hadn't played there in 30 years and hasn't been associated with the franchise in any way in 30 years. He's done more reunions for the 49ers and Cowboys than he has done for the Falcons. But it's so funny. I kind of like it for Kevin. You step in, people are mad about it. The second you win 11 games, if that's what you win next year, people aren't going to remember that they thought this.
I don't want to say I feel bad for Kevin, but like you basically just had an entire city in Cleveland flip against you, and for right or wrong, whatever opinion anybody has on it. But then you go somewhere and you're like, oh, this new place will probably at least like me, right? Like they saw some of the good that happened, and it's a fresh start. And Atlanta's like, hell no.
You know what's funny about this? It's hard to get Atlanta fans to feel anything about anything because it's a transplant town. It's not a good football town. And the only thing Kevin has gotten them to feel at this point has been absolute disgust. By the way, he's going to be fine there. I think it's set up to be Cleveland. It would not surprise me if he had 2 playoff appearances in 6 years and got fired 6 years from now because they don't have a quarterback. But Penix fits the Stefanski system just as much as Baker did. Like if Penix can stay healthy, or Kevin can convince Kirk Cousins to stay for longer with maybe another big check, I think they could have some early. I would be shocked if they didn't have early success there.
Yeah, that's kind of the turning point for does Kirk actually they probably let him out of his deal? They just come back even like something slightly cheaper.
No, here's another $90 million guaranteed. I think that's how.
I don't think Atlanta would be very happy if they got Kevin and Kirk on $90 million back to back.
But they'll be happy when they go 10-7 and barely win the NFC South.
All right, Cavs going to be without Darius Garland once again for the toe. He's set to miss multiple weeks with the great right toe sprain. Head coach Kenny Atkinson spoke to the media yesterday.
Actually, before we get to this, let's just react to the game. They got toasted by the Thunder.
Yeah, they did.
It was a quality first half, and then the rest of the second half just felt like you'd get it within 10, and then Mark Daigneault would take a timeout, and then the Cavs would get down another 10 after that.
Also just got absolutely spanked in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They went into the fourth, I think, down like right around 15 and lost the game by 32. By the way, I don't know.
In fairness, they were only down like 22, and then OKC jacked up like 2 3-pointers at the end to make this a really bad-looking loss.
Yeah, but it still wasn't pretty. They could not make a shot all game. And OKC's great defensively. This is kind of the exact problem with this team and where they stand is that every corner you look at, it's like, oh, well, now Darius is hurt, and how important is Darius to the offense? And then you get to this point, it's like, oh, nobody has wide open shots to make because you have no penetration, no kick out, no ball, actually legitimate a facilitator on the floor that's not Donovan. It's like, yep, there it goes. There's where you have absolutely no chance to compete with a team like OKC.
I just feel bad because the mojo had been flowing here the last 2 games after the Philly wins.
You just needed like a 10-point loss today. That's all you needed. Just like a 10-point loss where you look competitive.
You know how bad it is when it's like, if you could have just lost by 7 points, even if it was really like a 15-point loss, but you kind of pulled it back. You realize how bad things have to be when you're just praying for a 10-point loss? A civilized 10-point loss?
Yes, I wanted the vibes to stay high. All I wanted was just hey, you looked competitive, but man, that OKC team, they're that good. They beat you. Instead, I now turn away from today and go, oh, I have more concerns than ever about this team. Making any run. No, it's been the entire season. But I thought they were trying to kind of start and turn a corner, and now it's like, no, you're still the same team you were weeks ago.
I'm really not that panicked. They'll either figure it out or they won't. We'll figure it out from there.
Wow, real big breaking news.
I'm absolutely. I'm to the most pragmatic point I can be. Figure it out, don't figure it out. The summer's going to be interesting one way or another. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com will get her take on whether Sean McDermott will get a look here in Cleveland and maybe how she feels like the succulent 6, the 6 coaching candidates for the Browns getting second interviews, how they stack up, all that and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Former Browns defensive backs coach Jeff Hafley, the new head coach in Miami, replacing Mike McDaniel, who's one of the succulent six. The six potential finalists for the Browns head coaching job. They're getting second interviews from the Browns. We got that going on. We've got Sean McDermott getting canned in Buffalo. Could he be a candidate here to talk about the many things involving the Cleveland Browns? We welcome on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com. Hi, Mary Kay. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're enjoying this. We're badgering each other over candidates, getting ready, what you do in a head coaching search. So we appreciate you being on, by the way, today. I did want to ask you, Sean McDermott gets fired today in Buffalo. We're into the second round of candidates here. Do you think the Browns will at least reach out to Sean McDermott to see if there's interest in coming to Cleveland?
I would if I were them. I don't know for sure if they will, but certainly we know that they really, really liked him in 2016 when they ended up hiring Hugh Jackson. That's when Paul DePodesta was here, Sashi Brown was here, Andrew Berry was here as vice president of player personnel. They really liked Sean McDermott, and I think they probably would have strongly considered hiring him. But the Haslams really, really liked Hugh Jackson, decided to go with him. And then Sean goes on to Buffalo the following year, and then we know how that all turned out for both teams.
Mary Kay, when you look at Sean McDermott, what is it that you think he brings to the table that the current candidates, the six that you have, wouldn't bring and would actually bring him into this mix?
Well, he brings great leadership. He brings a winning pedigree. He brings a lot of defensive knowledge because he came from the defensive side of the ball. But certainly someone who's made the playoffs in the past 8 years, I think it is, and has made it to 2 AFC championship games. You have to be doing something right. Now, of course, they've had Josh Allen, and that helps a lot. But still, I think that Sean McDermott has demonstrated that he's a pretty amazing coach.
Mary Kay, when you look to those six candidates that are going to get a second interview, do we know if they're going to – I should add, or do we know if there's going to be anybody potentially added to this beyond McDermott, or do you think this is the six going forward?
It's hard to say. Things can change, and I'm sure the Browns will be ready to pivot if necessary. And I don't think they were planning on adding to the pile until Sean McDermott became available. And at this point, I don't know if they will reach out to him. But I would think that they would. Another reason why I think they might is because they have reached out to other coaches who were fired that were very successful at points in their previous jobs, and that was John Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel. So it's not like they're just leaving alone those guys. They really are very interested in former head coaches who have been very successful. So I do think that they would probably at least kick the tires on Sean McDermott, but I can't honestly say for sure. And if they don't, then I think they feel pretty good about the candidates that they have in place right now. They've got a nice mix of some experienced guys, and they've got some of those young, up-and-coming rising stars in the league.
So it's interesting you said that because I started with a friend who doesn't cover the Browns. They cover another team in another market. And they saw as I'm calling them, the succulent six. And they said this has to be the most random assortment of coaching candidates they've seen, and which I think is fair, but I don't think that means the Browns are necessarily doing a bad job here. So I'll ask you, when you consider you've got two older coaches in Monken and Schwartz, right? You've got two former NFL head coaches in Schwartz and McDaniel, a lot of really young guys, a couple defensive guys. Is there a through line between these 6 candidates that the Browns have interest in, or is there a predominant trait or idea that they're trying to explore with this head coaching search?
Well, I think that they're looking at leadership qualities, first of all. Just leaders of men is what they really, really want. And then also, most of these guys or all of these guys are just very brilliant play callers on their sides of the ball and with what they've done in their careers. So whether you're young or whether you're old, you've demonstrated just a high football acumen and an aptitude on your side of the ball, as well as having the ability to be that leader, to assemble a staff, and to be that CEO coach as well.
So obviously, with the Rams advancing the playoffs, Nate Scheelhaase now, the date is pushed back to January 26th, the earliest that you can go through for that interview. Is it pretty much guaranteed at this point, between satisfying the Rooney Rule and giving Scheelhaase a true opportunity to interview for this job, that the Browns are not going to go forward and speed up this process any faster than a week from today?
Well, you never really know. You never really know. I think that they want to wait and do that interview with Nate. I know they really liked him. They didn't get a chance to talk to him in person yet, and that will be their first chance to be able to do that, because they can't even have contact with him until January 26th. Now, I haven't heard that they are scheduling a second interview or trying to get a second interview with Aden Dirty, the defensive coordinator of the Seahawks, who's also obviously playing in the NFC Championship game. So if they really like Nate Scheelhaase, if they really, really like him, they might have to wait all the way until after the Super Bowl for him. And it's worth it, though, in my opinion. If you like your guy, I wouldn't let 2 weeks stand in the way between hiring somebody that isn't your number one choice and hiring somebody that you really, really have your eye on.
Obviously, today, Mary Kay, you had the report about Chad O'Shea, or I know you were responding to the report about Chad O'Shea going to Kansas City and leaving the Browns staff. You also had the report on Kevin Stefanski maybe looking to add Tommy Rees to his staff potentially down in Atlanta. With Rees not getting a second interview, do you think that means that we can pretty much write it in there that Tommy Rees will not be back with the Browns in any role next year?
I really don't think that he will be back with the Browns, but once again, let's see how this week plays out. Let's see, I'm sure that as they're going through this week of second interviews, they're figuring out who might stay and who's going to go. And I do believe that Tommy Rees will end up, as I've been writing for a long time now, that I do believe that he will end up in Atlanta with Kevin Stefanski. But, you can't really necessarily 100% slam the door shut on him coming back here. I don't think that's going to happen at this point. But until it's signed, sealed, and delivered, I don't think we can say for sure that anything is or isn't going to happen.
Now, I know you are the Browns reporter here, but I know you have a pretty vast knowledge of the NFL from all your time covering the NFL and the Browns. What did you think of Kevin Stefanski getting that Atlanta job? Do you think that's a good fit?
I do think it's a good fit. I think he's going to be a really great fit with Matt Ryan. It seems like he's going to have some say in who the new general manager is, and I think that'll be good for him. I think that in his second go-round, I think that for him to have a little bit more of a say in personnel matters and in player acquisition might be good for him. And if he gets a chance to start Kirk Cousins, I think he'll be very successful with Kirk. I don't think anybody really 100% knows the complete upside for Michael Penix yet, but he's got a good young quarterback to work with when he comes back from his injury. And I think it's a good fit, and I think he'll do a nice job there.
Mary Kay, I've taken a little bit of a liking to the young offensive mind head coaches, the Adinskis.
He likes him young, Mary Kay.
All right, you calm down over there.
Your girlfriend is younger than you. I was just pointing it out, matter of fact.
All right. No, but I like these ideas of a head coach, and we see the betting markets shift towards Udinski. We get reports that he was, during their virtual interview, there a long time. Is there a feeling or anything that the Browns are leaning one way or another, or is there anything to really attach to that they like, a guy like Udinski for a specific reason?
Well, I wrote the other day that there's a lot of buzz right now about both Udinski and Scheelhaase. I think they like both of these guys, and I actually think that they would probably be excited to have either one of them in their building as a head coach. But they aren't the only ones that they feel that way about. So I don't want to paint it like that. They really like these young guys. They've got bright, brilliant minds. They're those genius level guys. And, you just kind of have to decide, do you want young guys bringing along your young roster, or do you feel like you need a more experienced guy to do that? I think they really like Mike McDaniel, too. They've long admired Mike McDaniel. So, he's coming in for a second interview as well. And then, of course, you've got Jim Schwartz, who will either possibly end up as head coach or defensive coordinator. So I think this is a very pivotal week. I think so much is going to come together this week, and then they just might have to just put it all aside for a little bit and wait and talk to Nate on Monday and see how they feel about him.
How much of a legitimacy do you think there is to the people who have a fear that some of the younger coaches would have a difficulty building out their staff, especially the further and further that this thing goes on?
No, I don't think so. I mean, these guys are very, very well connected. They're very well respected in the NFL. They come from really good programs. And, they would get some help. They would get some help from Andrew Berry and others in building out the staff. And some of the guys that are on the staff will probably stick around. So, say, for instance, if you end up with one of the young offensive guys and then Jim comes back as defensive coordinator, then there's probably going to be a good chance that much of your defensive staff remains intact. So that side of the ball would probably be pretty well set in that regard. So it would just be a matter of the offensive side of the ball. And we can already see with Chad leaving, with Tommy expected to leave, that, you would really have to work on that side of the ball. But I don't think it would be too hard for them to do that.
So here's what I struggle with Udinski and Shieldhouse specifically, because I understand why they're in the room, and I want to make it like they deserve to be interviewed. I struggle with the head coaching part of this because I don't know. You're not just projecting out their success as a head coach. You're projecting future success as coordinators or as play callers, as whatever, despite being fourth best on the totem pole for Shieldhouse, and then with Udinski 1 year being kind of the number 2 on offense in Jacksonville. Is there a way, I don't know, I guess just how do the Browns feel about that mix of lack of experience and power, and how maybe you mitigate that risk with either guy?
Well, you would be taking a leap of faith, and that's what you have to do. You kind of have to go with a gut feeling and say, we see something in this guy that tells us that he has the qualities that are going to make a successful head coach. Now, they did a pretty good job of it with Kevin Stefanski. He made 2-time NFL Coach of the Year, and because of quarterback problems, it didn't work out in other seasons the way that anyone hoped that it would. But when he had some good quarterback play, he earned 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards, and that is not an easy thing to do. So I think you just kind of have to go in some cases with a gut feeling on this seems to be the kind of guy that has the qualities and traits that can take this team to the next level and be the future of our team. So you're never going to really know until you get the guy on the job. And I think when you look back, you guys have all seen that graphic where of those coaches hired in 2022, like there were 9 or something like that, and only 2 remain in their current jobs right now. So it's certainly not an easy thing to do, but you just have to put it all in the hopper and hope you come out with the right answer.
So it's interesting. I've always thought, or I've always heard, that the first round is like a getting to know you, and then the second interview is really about the brass tacks. It's what does your staff look like? What is, what do you think we should do at quarterback, or what do you think about the quarterbacks we have? Stuff like that. So assuming that this is the let's dig deep and get to know you, not get to know you, but the brass tacks part of this for Jim Schwartz. Do we know what Jim Schwartz's staff would look like what he would try and build around what they currently have in Cleveland?
No, again, I think he would keep the defensive staff intact, and then he's going to have to go to work on the offensive side of the ball. And no, I don't think anybody really knows what that looks like yet. I don't know which of these guys he would be retaining on the current staff. And but Jim has certainly been around long enough and has enough connections and contacts in the NFL in all of his years, dating back to when I first covered him in Cleveland back in the early 1990s. I mean, my goodness, that was a long time ago. And he, he's just got a lot of people that are in his Rolodex, I'm sure, that he could dial up and get here to coach some offense for him.
Mary Kay, I look at it and I look down the list, and the name that always stands out as kind of the oddball out for me is Todd Monken. What is it right now for the Browns? They look at Todd and think that's a guy that needs a second interview, and he can really turn around and be a good head coach here for the first time in the NFL, as a guy who's bordering on 60.
Well, he's got a great personality. I really enjoyed covering him when he was here in 2019, although he used to kid around that his Thursday press conferences were his weekly dentist appointments. But that's because he was saddled with trying to hold together with tape and chewing gum an offense that Freddie Kitchens was trying to put out there. And it was tough for Todd. He wasn't calling the plays, and so he didn't have much control over that. And there were a lot of crazy things going on that year. But I think they really like his personality. They like his coaching. They like what he's done with Lamar Jackson. And, they know him well from having worked with him before here.
Mary Kay, you guys, everyone in the Browns beat is doing a tremendous job, but you guys continue to kill it. You're killing it. We have Ashley every week. She kills it. You guys are doing such a great job there at Cleveland.com. We appreciate you and the hard hours, the hard work you guys put in there. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you down the line, I'm sure, talking the new head coach whenever that happens.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me. Mary
Kay Cabot there of Cleveland.com. I really get super, over the top, thank you-y. I don't know why I do that.
You did that today, especially.
I've really been it's good. It's better than hey, hit the bricks. You know what I mean? But the same point, it was you do a great job. Your children do a great job. I would say the forefathers did a great job with getting us to this point. She did a great job.
No, she did a really good job. I really enjoyed if you want to keep it, do you want to spend the next hour? We got a minute and a half we could kill.
I'm going to count the ways in which Mary Kay Cabot did a great job today.
Right, rank them 1 through
Am
6.
I feeling insecure today? What was that? I'm a little Wayne's World, I'm not worthy kind of there. Mary Kay Cabot on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline will react to what she had to say with Sean McDermott and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
who get it done.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with myself, Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Well, he brings great leadership. He brings a winning pedigree. He brings a lot of defensive knowledge because he came from the defensive side of the ball. But certainly someone who's made the playoffs in the past 8 years, I think it is, and has made it to 2 AFC championship games. You have to be doing something right. Now, of course, they've had Josh Allen, and that helps a lot. But still, I think that Sean McDermott has demonstrated that he's a pretty amazing coach.
Mary Kay, when you look to those 6 candidates that are going to get a second interview, do we know if they're going to? I should add, or do we know if there's going to be
That's a
anybody
great question.
potentially
I'm glad
added
we
this beyond
kept
McDermott,
this
or do
one
you
in
think
here.
this is
Let's
the
go ahead and
6?
just pan that out.
That was Mary Kay Cavanaugh.
I mean, great question.
Really other
good.
than the fact that it was a run-on sentence by me and I was trying to land the plane. I will say, it's a Monday of a Monday here because I've had about 3 questions today where it's like, at any point, Nick, you can just shut the hell up.
I think I do that with like a third of my questions. Where I'm like, all right, come, we can get there. We can land this to make it make sense.
So my pet peeve is the run-on question where it's like you just took 30 seconds to ask a 5-second question and you've got like 10 minutes with somebody. So it is my biggest pet peeve. But I'm the biggest hypocrite of it because at least once a week there's a show where I'm like, if you don't stop talking, I'm going to take a hammer and hit you in the kneecap with it. I'm saying that to myself, not to anyone else. So, Mary Kay, it's interesting with McDermott. I made the points earlier that McDermott and Jim Schwartz do have ties from actually somebody that Jim worked with in Tennessee, Jim Washburn. It was a legendary wide 9 defensive line coach back in the day who then went to Philadelphia and coached. So I don't know that if you hire McDermott, maybe this would be one of the cases where that's an experienced coach and might keep an experienced defensive coordinator. What I will say is I really struggle with how strongly you should pursue McDermott. And what I mean is you should pursue McDermott. You should keep doing the Succulent 6 interviews over here and then kind of independently pursue McDermott just to see, are you interested? Is this a fit? Let's at least get in the same room and talk. The same point, like, I don't feel like when the Harbaugh thing first came out, and I did soften on it because I think there was a point of like, all right, he's a little bit older. Like I came around a little bit to like softening my stance on it. When Harbaugh first came out, I was like, you tell him everything. You want $25 million a year? Here's your $25 million a year. You want Andrew Berry, fired to the surface of the sun? Bye, Andrew. Take your many degrees with you. Like I was gung ho for that. I'm not that with McDermott. I think McDermott is a really good coach. I don't know he's the guy you break the bank for. I don't know he's the guy you break the whole structure that you built for. But man, if he would be comfortable fitting into this or fitting into something that's a little modified of this, you could do a hell of a like McDermott to me, McDaniel and maybe Minter are the guys where I'm like, all right, those are the guys that I think could be just slam dunk hires right off the rip without the risk of a Udinski or Scheelhaus.
So yeah, I think this is interesting because we actually, I think, took really similar approaches to the Harbaugh thing, where initially I was like, yeah, it's basically anybody else but Harbaugh. Like fans have a little bit of a right to be, I don't want to say disappointed, like not in the Browns, but that you didn't get Harbaugh, right? Like you have the right to be a little disappointed that the rest of the candidates were probably just noticeably a step down from that. But by the end of it, I came around to the same things, right? The age is kind of a problem. Do I really want to turn everything over to a 63-year-old head coach, let him pick his GM? But I think with McDermott, I'm kind of in the spot that I ended on Harbaugh, which I'd really like you to be my head coach. I'm going to do what's in my power that makes sense to go after you and to get you in for an interview, but also not like entirely changing my power dynamic of my organization that I'm trying to set up right now. Also not by uprooting everything that I currently have in place. I'm going to approach you as a normal team approaches a head coaching candidate that they really like. Hey, I'd like to bring you in for an interview. Okay? We have a high interest. Basically do everything else the other 6 are doing.
Well, no, I'll pay you top dollar too. Yep. I'll pay you more than I would an entry-level head coach.
Listen,
fair?
It's Jimmy Haslam's money. You can pay whoever whatever you want. It's not going to hurt me.
I like that when it comes to billionaires, we're like, honestly, we couldn't spend enough of his money if we're just being fair here.
Listen, if he wants to open the checkbook, that's on him, okay? I'm not going to feel any differently if you pay, as long as it doesn't stop me down the line. If you want to play McDermott $4 million a year, you want to pay him $40 million a year. As long as I can continue to pay the money to everybody else, you can pay him whatever the hell you want.
I do think, specific to McDermott, and this is probably the same with Jesse Minter. It's probably the same with any defensive coach. It's certainly the same with Jim Schwartz. The question is, what does your offensive staff look like? And to me, it's not enough to get the OC right. I need to know who's going to be the quarterback's coach. You know, like if you could tell me, and this is I think a viable thing if he didn't get hired as a head coach in Buffalo. If you could tell me that it's Sean McDermott with Brian Daboll is the OC and Mike Kafka is the quarterback's coach, that might swing it entirely for me. Because in fairness with Mike McDaniel, all right, Mike McDaniel, Grant Udinski, Shieldhouse, who's your DC and how does the defensive staff look like?
Right.
And so I do think, I think that's the number one thing you have to have. And just, what didn't you have in Buffalo that you need to have here? And I think, but I do think when it comes to McDermott, Andrew's in such a great position because of his contacts in Philly. And because of that time where he can just call up Howie Roseman and go, all right, tell me what I don't know about Sean McDermott. And I think he might be able to use that as maybe a back channel to see if Sean McDermott would be interested in the Browns job. I'm weird. I think Sean would be a good hire. I need to know who his offensive staff is, who his O-line coach is, because the Bills' O-line coach, Aaron Kromer, actually retired after this loss in the playoffs. And I don't think it's a slam dunk because you just don't have the quarterback yet. But I think this would be a really, really good hire, even if I'm not willing to go to the hardball lengths of just fire everybody under the sun, hire this guy tomorrow.
I like it. Part of me is I just don't know that McDermott would even want to be here. I think that's probably the biggest part of this is that, and I think this is kind of true of defensive coaches in general, especially if Jim Schwartz is going to be there, it's a little different. But if he's not, you're going to be judged on what happens with the offense. The thing that you have the least amount of power over, least amount of expertise in.
Isn't that every job in the NFL, though?
No, not necessarily. Offensive...
Every job. Every job in the NFL is judged off. Do you have a good offense? Good defense is barely enough anymore.
If say Zach Taylor got fired today, and then you hire a defensive head coach, and that defense starts to turn it around, and you already know what you have in the offense, you're being judged off of, yes, the offense, of course, but you're doing a better job with the defense, therefore making that team a better winning product.
Unless Joe Burrow took a step back.
Right, of course.
It was the C.J. Stroud.
No, I mean, that's absolutely a part of it. But I mean, you're not going to get credit for what the Browns defense does if you're McDermott. Unless they take it to new lengths and are all of a sudden, a defense we've never seen, nobody's going to be like, wow, look at the work he's doing with the defense. It's going to be structure in place, which the average fan is not going to be able to see with their own two eyes, right? That's something that takes a little bit of deeper digging. And what does the offense look like? Well, McDermott's going to have to put the right offensive staff and put a lot of faith in those guys.
Yeah, but I think the only thing I would say is, and this is what I think gets lost when people analyze the job, you have a Super Bowl caliber defense walking in the door, and people have run it down, and the context is important. Guys, the defense didn't regress. They got a little bit hurt, and then they got overexposed because the offense kept putting them in bad situations. That happens to great defenses over the course. Honestly, guys, if we judge the every offense by how many points they gave up, you would have said the Texans played awful this weekend because they gave up 28 points. The context is, well, C.J. Stroud gave them the football on their side of the field 4 times at least in there. They didn't give up 28 points. C.J. Stroud gave it up. I wish more people looked at this and went, wait, you mean I can walk in and have a championship caliber defense and all we have to do is focus on one side of the ball this offseason?
I do think that's how offensive coaches look at it.
That feels way more fixable. I don't think it's offense or defense. This feels way more fixable than I think people are giving credit for. And I don't expect John Harbaugh to see that because he saw Jimmy Haslam close up. Kevin Stefanski might not have felt that way. But a smart team looks at this and goes, you mean I got to get a wide receiver and an O-line and then we'll see where it goes from there?
Yeah, but and this is the other part of it too, is if you're McDermott, how do you have to get that? Well, I have to put a ton of faith into Andrew Berry to be able to draft wide receivers, draft offensive linemen, and potentially draft or find me a quarterback. Like, again, I'm more defensive-minded. I'm trusting my offensive staff to have an input, but mostly Barry to go make those picks, which he hasn't done very well.
216-474-0092. Does Sean McDermott deserve the John Harbaugh treatment from the Browns if he is, in fact, interested in this job? Kenny Atkinson, not content with what's going on with the Cleveland Cavaliers. You're going to hear that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up in about 45 minutes. That's on me. Jake was trying to read that script, and then he saw my Trump-esque hand movements trying to do a little runway here with Jax.
Oh.
And you became Ron Burgundy reading a script saying, bleep you, San Diego.
I was trying to sit there.
Wherever you get your Odyssey app.
I was sitting there and I was like, I can do more of this read. There is additional read that I can go here if I need to stall. And I was trying to get the gauge of like, is he ready yet, or should I buy another slow sentence here?
So Vanessa and I now have had to develop this shorthand because Vanessa's queen, and I mean the queen of seeing that I am mid-thought and going, I need to tell this guy something right now. And so... it is one of the few things that will cause a fight at this part of our relationship. We've been together and we know each other. And over the weekend, I was just like, I need you to let me finish sending this single line text because I've thought of how I wanted to word it. I'm halfway through typing it. And if I have to then pay attention to you in very middle of this thought, I'm going to forget it. And then I'm going to be mad at you. And that's basically what just happened on air, but I did it to you instead of Vanessa doing it to me.
It's great. I usually just sit there and I do the very bad thing of I'll just continue sending the text, and then about 8 seconds later, I'll go, sorry, what'd you say? What was that? Like, one more time. Let's run that back. And that makes my girlfriend mad.
I think that's about 10% of my marriage. The good news is, used to be 20%. We're working. Now I just forget to send the message altogether. I'm like, she'll say something. I'm like, huh? And then... like an hour later, I'll be like, didn't you mean to send a message? Who cares? Senility is a wonderful thing. You should really wait for it. It gets good right around the time you hit 40. Now, what's not getting good is Cavaliers basketball. They did lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder today. Got shellacked, as some might say, here at home. And Kenny Atkinson was not having it.
Total domination. I don't know if there's any particular phase, or you could argue they shot the heck out of it. We didn't, but defense, offense. I just think they show why they're champions. They dominated us in every phase. I felt like physicality, shot making, turnover battle. I do think we rebounded decently. That was maybe if we take a positive.
I gotta say, guys, I love hearing this stuff from Kenny. I know everyone here is like, he sounded resigned. He sounded this. No, he just told you the truth. And by the way, he didn't say it like he didn't scream it. He didn't he's clearly not happy with what happened tonight. He shouldn't. They got housed. They got housed by a team that, even though one team's healthy and the other's not, even though one's the defending champions, one's not, you shouldn't lose this game the way this game went. It's so funny because I don't get how you want anything more than a head coach that gives you what you just got there after the way that game went.
Yeah, I mean, you have Mike Cronin, the UCLA head coach. Did you see his post-game interview after the Ohio State game? Completely tossed his entire team, completely bus-tossed him. He was like, nobody wants to defend on this team. And they were like, how do you change that? And he goes, I don't know. Can't make trades in this league.
Mm-hmm.
Literally telling you, I don't have good enough players. We're not going to be good enough all year long. Kenny didn't do that.
Yeah.
He looked at his team and he said, we stunk. That team was better in every facet of the game. We stunk. Congratulations. We rebounded well, if you want a silver lining. They're better than us in every way. What else do you need to hear as a fan or, by the way, a player?
But also, he didn't put it in a condescending way.
No.
He just said the facts. He said something that I think to me, that's a good head coach. He didn't really throw anybody under the bus, and we'll have more audio I'm sure we can play here. Didn't really throw anybody under the bus. Just said, hey, here are the plain details, and it wasn't good enough. And he's right. And it's so funny because, buddy Eddie Kilroy used to be one of our interns here, now doing quite well for himself over at Fox 8. He had sent out, a tweet saying, oh, man, this could be a kind of game that gets you fired if you're Atkinson. And it's not that he's wrong, because this is how the NBA works. And that's a very astute point by Eddie. Let's not succumb to that. It's so funny. The Cavs have talked about almost a lack of adversity over the last 3 years. And they've had the linear growth, and they've done this by leaps and bounds. And then they get in the playoffs and they get whacked because they don't know what it's like to get punched in the mouth and get up. Well, if you don't learn it through this stretch of basketball, I don't know when you're going to learn it.
I think the problem right now, and obviously you still have like the entire back half of the season to kind of figure this out and whether or not they're going to be able to do it. But I think the problem that I have with it right now is that they've been getting smacked in the mouth for an entire half of the season, and I haven't really seen them in a legitimate way, off a stretch of basketball, not just a game or 2 games, but like go out there and play 5 of their next 7 like their hair's on fire, and they actually feel like they got punched in the mouth. They just feel like they kind of stand back up and take another beating.
No, I think that's totally fair, but you have runway. And like, it's fine. I'm probably in the minority. I'm willing to sit in it. To me, this is, listen, I don't think there's a lot of bad guys in that locker room. I think some of them might be more fake than we realize, but I think it's kind of life. You deal with some people who maybe aren't as real as you realize, but I don't think it's like Darius hates Donovan and Evan hates Jarrett. Do I think there's some professional frustration because of the way pieces fit together? And do I think it's been compounded by the wrong breaks at the wrong moment, the wrong injury at the wrong moment? 100%. And I think some of this stuff is just natural when you've been together for so long and you're finally having real, concrete struggles. But I'm here to say, like, I don't want to fire Kenny Atkinson. I think he's a problem. I know that's how the NBA works. That's how bad franchises operate. The Cavs should be better than that. And quite frankly, I don't want to trade from one of the core 4 at the deadline. I don't think you're going to get max value for either Jarrett or Darius. I know people have now started to say trading Evan. Guys, I don't think they're going to get what you want for them. So if it's not making you better, then here's what can make you better. Maybe make one trade that bolsters the bench a little bit. That can be maybe another big wing. Maybe it's another ball handler just in case Darius gets hurt because Lonzo can't hit the broadside of a freaking barn right now. Whatever it is, add one piece. And then I would honestly sit Kenny and the core 4 down. And I would say, and I would throw DeAndre in there as well because he's one of your 5 best players. And I would say, guys, this is it. This is your team. This is who you are. I'm not giving you the easy fix. The easy fix in the NBA is fire somebody, trade somebody. And more often than not, it makes you worse. And you're chasing some sort of relevance. We have the talent we need. And if you guys can band together and rise up and we watch you guys, even if you top out in the second round again, I have your back going forward. We'll do some stuff this offseason. But if you don't, that's when changes will happen. And the reality is, it's not the change anyone wants. This is the subtext of the conversation. It's not the change everybody wants. It's going to be the change of building around Evan going forward. But I think there needs to be I don't want to say a come to Jesus moment, but there just needs to be an honest statement here of no, sit in it and figure it out and get into a top 4 seed or don't. There will be consequences for either thing here, but I just at some point you have enough talent. Is health an issue? I'll give you that. Health has been an issue all season long, especially with Darius. He's having a miserable season. But the usage of Jarrett and Evan can be changed. The usage of Lonzo can be changed. I don't know why in the hell he's playing off ball as much as he's playing. The guy's a point guard. Utilize that more. I want to see Lonzo bringing the ball up the court so that maybe he doesn't sit in the corner and take the dumbest 3-point shot he possibly can when he can't hit. There are things you can do to change. But the changing of the roster, that feels like a cop-out. No, go play better basketball. Get your heads out your ass, get your pride out of the way, and play better basketball. Because this team's got it. It still has the talent.
I think the problem is you look at where the East is at right now, and how long do I sit here and I wait for it? I've been waiting patiently with this team. It's not just, you put this team together last year, they struggled, they fell short, and we tried it again. You've been doing this year after year, and you're just going to continue to wait in it, and the East isn't going to get any, this is as easy as of an East you're going to get through for your chance to go play for a title, potentially win a title.
Oh, I think you're missing me here, though. I'm not saying just let it happen again next year.
No,
I know, I'm
but
saying
it's this year.
if they no, but you let them play it out. What are you going to get for Darius or Jarrett that's going to make you better and give you a better chance to win a championship this year?
I mean, I think that's a fair question, but you look at what the Hawks did. I don't think they got a good trade value, obviously,
Yeah,
back for
I don't
Trae
want
Young.
C.J. McCollum or Corey Crispert for one of my best players.
Corey Crispert, did he turn into a Pringle?
Yeah, I don't give him his
Turn
right
into a
name.
chip?
Yeah, come on. You mean plus Dougie McBuckets? All right, that was personal. That was not right. I know it's Corey Kispert. Shut up.
I don't know. Like, it feels like we've gone through this experiment so many times. I've watched this team continue to fall short. It's like,
yeah, but you're talking about playoffs versus regular season. This is different. This is different than any of the other struggles. So show me you can build out of this.
Yeah, but the problem is I've gone through half the year waiting for you to show me steps towards what it's going to look like in the playoffs, and this looks like the exact same team that I've watched in the playoffs. They've just now come out of their shell early.
It's January.
Yeah, that's the problem. Usually they wait until May to come out of their shells or April to come out of their shells. They'll be in this team in January.
Plenty of teams stink in January. We're so lucky that they've won so many games in the regular season that we haven't had to approach what January's miserable. And by the way, if you had a miserable first 2.5 months of the season, it's so much harder in January than if you had a great first 2.5 months of the season. It is the doldrums. The next 30 days of basketball stinks. It stinks to be a fan in the NBA this time of year. It stinks to be an NBA player. But show me. And if you can't, that's okay. Then you have your definitive answer on the Donovan Mitchell Cavs, which we've been wanting, right? We've been wanting. All right, bleep or get off the pot. That's what this year's become because of their struggles. And if you can't, that is totally okay. Then you have to auction off Donovan and get the best that you can get. Get a couple players to fit around Evan Mobley and maybe Darius, and then you're going to have to try this next window with Evan as your best player and giving him everything to maximize his as an offensive player. By the way, downside or the upside is if you do put it together, they might learn something about themselves and their struggles. To me, we're finally there. We're at the nexus point. We are at the bleep or get off the pot moment, and right before you get to bleep or get off the pot, I'm not going to go, all right, well, I just downgraded off Darius for a 6'5" wing who shoots about 35%. Nope, not interested. Figure it out. And if you can't, that's fine. We'll figure it out this offseason, and it's going to have to go a very specific way.
I think you've come to terms with the idea that this could fail a lot earlier than people have come to terms with it.
Yeah.
Earlier than I want to come to terms with it.
Well, no, we should. And again, they failed the last 3 years in some regard. They've also had an incredible amount of success. But guys, it's not when LeBron left. You have Evan Mobley. And the only thing you haven't done to extract the best out of Evan Mobley is play a system where he is the guy that gets the most touches in the offense. Now, and we can say, well, he's got to call for it. He's got to do this. Yeah, you got two guards that dominate the ball. You don't think there's a correlation between that? So if you can't win in this context, cool. You can try and win in the next context. I'm not saying I'm going to like it. I love watching Donovan Mitchell play. I mean, how much fun has he been here? But the clock is ticking for him, and the clock is ticking on this build. And I'm willing to give you the next 30-plus games, figure it out. And if you can't, now it becomes whether Kobe Altman wants to do it or some new GM gets to do it and actually make those decisions.
I also have my reservations about Evan Mobley, even taking it over. Something about this team is going to have to change, or we're going to be watching the exact same product. I think this team's going to be more disappointing, and it's going to end in a year where you thought, oh, this is the year where they take a step forward, and it's legitimately going to be a step back. I think even moving into the next phase of the Cavs past that is going to be a lot more questions on, did they make the right decision on signing Evan Mobley? How long does that team take to turn around? Or does it ever turn around? Or are you just stuck in, we just paid everybody all this money for absolutely nothing?
A lack of success does lead to more questions than it does answers. 216-474-0092. Where are you with the Cavs and the core four and what has been an absolute bleep-tastic season, capped off by an absolute embarrassing loss tonight to the Thunder? Ken in Brooklyn, John in Parma. More from you guys. A big night. Maybe the best, have your cake and eat it moment, too, you can possibly have in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
BreckenEagle.com 773 Network.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes there. If you guys missed any of the Kenny Atkinson comments, I did forget to mention, check him out on Daryl's X account because he's got a bunch of the videos posted at Right or Wrong FAN. Strong stuff there. We're going to get to the have your cake and eat it moment too, but we got some calls on the Cavs, and here's the message. The shortcut is fire Kenny Atkinson or trade someone. I don't want to shortcut it. They've chosen to have continuity to this point with the core four. Yep, it's a bad season. There's really no defending what's happened in the first 40-some games of the season. I don't need to defend it. I can live on the back of the first 3 seasons and say they'll either figure it out, which I think they actually will do. They have too much talent not to. Health does happen for teams all the time, or they won't. And then you're going to have to trade Donovan Mitchell this summer. And I hate putting it that dramatically, but I do think inevitably that's where the conversation goes if this doesn't get back on track.
I like your optimism. I've seen too many NBA
I just said,
teams.
or you trade Donovan Mitchell.
Well, no, I meant the front part of that, obviously. I mean, that part was quite negative. But the fact that you think they will get back on track, I've seen too many NBA teams riddled with talent who just don't figure it out.
Yeah, but how many of those teams have had the last 3 years that the Cavs have had?
I definitely. I mean, but I don't know, even a team like Brooklyn, when they put together KD, Kyrie, James Harden, that team's more talented than half the teams that we've ever assembled in the NBA.
Yeah, those were the beta boys. Ooh, although that might be what people think about the Cavs here in Cleveland.
Is it not?
You just did. Is it not?
Is it not? But I mean,
huge.
Are you missing a dominant leader in this team?
No, but it's Donovan.
But
I swear, you have to understand, Donovan's a great leader.
I'm not saying that Donovan's a bad leader. I don't know that necessarily, is he the right leader for the Cavs right now? Is the question, is he the right guy to get the Cavs, who are playing too afraid, too scared, not aggressive enough? Is he the type of guy that's going to be willing to, him or Kenny Atkinson, get in their face and essentially rile this team up?
I think they have been. I think there was a time where, and I can't remember the exact time, but there's definitely been a time within the last little bit here where somebody else came out and started saying the exact same thing that Donovan and Kenny had said. And the not quote, but the line that was attributed to Donovan was, yeah, I'm not saying it right now. Somebody else needs to say it because if I say it, it's going to burn out. It's not a Donovan problem. That ultimately, that's what everybody needs to understand. The only problem you have with Donovan is his clock is ticking, and you want to make sure, if you're not going to win a championship with him, to cash in on that lottery ticket so that you can continue to build this instead of maybe having to take an accelerated step back. This isn't a Donovan problem. There's a Darius problem. It's an Evan problem. It's a Jarrett problem. It's a DeAndre Hunter problem. I think it's a Jalen Tyson problem. I think that kid's going to be really nice for you. But it's not a Donovan problem, even close to it. It's the other guys. But you can't force those other guys to be ready for a moment they're not ready for. I really do think this is Jimmy Butler with the Timberwolves. I really do. Great idea, but in the end, it's just his timeline was different than those guys, and maybe they didn't have the thing that he had, that ridiculous need to win that you need to be great, and to be great as a team, as opposed to being great individually.
That scenario, I think I can see more. I think Donovan's a great player. I think he's a great leader. I look around, it feels like there's no push from everybody else, and maybe that just is a reflection on where everybody else is at in their career more than it is on Donovan, a leader. But the guys who I go out there and I say are playing the hardest every single night are not the guys that I think I should go out there and say are playing the hardest every single night, or constantly the guys involved in hustle plays. It is my 3 youngest players. It's Jalen Tyson, Craig Porter Jr., and Naquan Tomlin. Those are the guys that I feel like I never question the effort.
No, I agree. And that's, again, it has to matter more to Evan, Darius, everybody that isn't Donovan and those 3 young guys. It does. And by the way, there's a couple other guys I would throw into that list because, I don't think there's a lack of playing hard from Lonzo. I just think he's lost. Like,
I mean, that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like, and in fairness, I don't know that DeAndre wasn't playing hard as much as he just got lost, and that led to lapses, which sure look like effort issues. 216-474-0092. John in Parma, welcome to the show.
Yes. Kenny Atkinson's a great coach. I'm a season ticket holder, and I just did lead the game. We have the firepower, but I see from being at the games, too, the effort, boxing out, rebound. Like you guys said, the young kids and Donovan and, Darius, Mobley, all them guys, they're playing good. But then you got Dean Wade comes in. He wants to hang out on the three-point line. Go get in there and bang underneath. And Lonzo Ball, Nance Jr., I know he's not playing, but DeAndre Hunter also. He doesn't want to go under there and bang either underneath. We need the rebounds. To win a game, yes, you need points. I feel we have the firepower, but you need the ball on defense and offense.
John, we appreciate you. It's weird because the Cavs, I think, are 14th in rebounds in the NBA.
But, Nick, they lost by 32, and they dominated the board tonight.
By the way, it's the one thing Kenny acted. Well, I don't think tonight is. I think when people say rebounds, what they're talking about is hustle plays.
Yeah, I like the boxing out part of it, the fighting for possessions where very clearly you can either pick a big moment to swing the game. It's like situational rebounding, situational effort plays where it feels like it's not coming in the right moments. Like you talk about DeAndre Hunter. DeAndre Hunter had 9 boards tonight.
Yeah. Now here's what I would say is I don't think DeAndre or Dean are those players. Like, DeAndre's effectively what a small forward would be called 15 years ago. I think Dean is the weird tweener, like a Euro big, where he's like, is he a 3, is he a 4? The Eduardo Najarraz for those of you out there. That's a good pull by me. I'm very proud of that. But I do think you would benefit by having a throwback power forward. And like, the names I'm going to give you are not sexy, but like an Ed Davis, a guy that could give you 15 to 20 minutes a night and just go in there and slobber knock people.
Well, I mean, I think the gross name that's been thrown out in like the wild Cavs trade on social media type of people has been like a Bobby Portis.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's kind of like the modern day throwback power forward.
And the problem is he's going to break Evan Mobley's jaw before he breaks anybody else's jaw.
Probably.
I mean, he tends to hurt his teammates as much as he does anywhere else. But at least, you get passion.
he's going to be excited to play. He's going to give you some effort.
I did. What was it? I can't remember if it was that the Jared Allen trade that somebody suggested? Jared Allen for Bobby Portis and like a bench piece or something like that?
I think it was. I don't remember what the other name that was thrown out there was.
Oh, man. I wish I remember what it was, but I remember just being like, oh, I don't know. We like Bobby Portis, but I don't know. I like trading him for Jared Allen. Let's go Big Jumbo in Maple Heights. What's up, Big Jumbo?
My man, how are you, man? Everything's good in the hood. Listen, I've been calling them the Cleveland Donovans since about the third week of the season, and people get mad at me, but it just seems it's like it's all Donovan. It's how he goes, we go. What happens with him happens. I mean, Jalen Tyson has developed into one of the better, cool young players around. I mean, the other night was phenomenal. And it just doesn't seem like we're pushing that. We just don't have the other guy, like they're talking about Wade. Wade is just a bit piece. He's not doing anything more. For the money we paid Wade, we should have went out and shopped somebody for and got a better piece. This team needs a shakeup. Anybody who says this team doesn't need a shakeup is silly. And I'm telling you right now, they need to be trying to call everybody. I mean, what are we going to Alonzo Ball? Really? What do we got with Alonzo Ball? Tell me right now, what is he doing for the team?
All right, so this is a trick question, Big Jumbo. There's no defense of how he's played offensively. I also want to see him acting as a point guard and not playing off ball. Like today, there were a couple times where I saw him drifting to the corner three. I hate that. If you're not shooting the three-point well, I understand the idea of giving the best look in the thing. I think Lonzo needs the ball more in his hands. Now, this being said, like, what's your definition of a shakeup? I think that's what I struggle with. Because when people say shakeup, they're not talking about trading Lonzo. They're not talking about trading Dean Wade. And by the way, guys, these are good. I know Lonzo's shooting isn't what it is. He's a guy that, at his best, can shoot the three ball with decency. I don't think he's a great three-point shooter. He can defend 1 through 3, and he can be your backup point guard, meaning he can facilitate and run your offense. Now, he is not – the offensive part is such a distraction from what the other things he can do, but, like, even in limited role last year in Chicago, he did some of these things here. So, like, the Lonzo thing I get, but it's like you're not changing the team by trading Lonzo. Even Dean Wade, like, guys, if Dean Wade was in Oklahoma City, he'd be the most popular eighth man in the NBA. It's. I really do think there's just a corollary between your starters or your kind of your core five or whatever the hell you want to call these guys and their lack of performance, and I think that's impacting the rest of the bench.
The other problem that I think I have is, like, you can throw out, Lonzo Ball, trade him. Even when you throw out, like, trade Darius Garland, I don't think enough people realize what the actual return is going to be. Like, I think the Trae Young trade is a really good kind of, like, here's what teams are actually like, you didn't get a single pick for Trae Young, and you got CJ McCollum and Corey Kispert. What do you think you're getting back for Lonzo Ball?
You almost called him Corey Kispert.
I was going to do it as a joke at first, and then I just started stumbling over his name, and I had to get it right. But, like, what do you think you're getting back for Lonzo? Like, you're probably going to have to pay somebody, essentially, to eat the contract of Lonzo Ball, unless you're trading him to Siberia, basically, of the NBA, which is the Washington Wizards or one of those other teams. You're not getting something great back.
Unless you give up a first-round pick, at which point you should not be giving up first-round picks right now.
And what first-round pick do they have to give up? Like 2030? Somebody else? I think 2032?
I thought it was 2031 or 2032. I think it is 2032.
Okay.
But I think now you also have 2034.
Oh, watch out.
I think
watch out. You want your team rebuilt with what this team does in
But here's
9
the thing.
years?
You don't do it because you might be looking for first-rounders if you have to trade Donovan. One more. Quick, Ken in Brooklyn. What's up, buddy? What you got for us?
Hey, listen, guys. Lonzo Ball is glue factory, okay? He's glue factory. This team, I'm playing a team today, okay, they're the NBA champions, but they got one guy who's 7 foot, and I start 3 that are 6'9" or better. The first 20 shots of this game should have been in the paint, and I get that 7 foot guy they got in foul trouble. No more. They shot what, 20-some% from 3? What? I mean, some of this is. I love Kenny, okay, but we got to start thinking a little bit, guys. All right, I'm not shaking up the core 4 or whatever because they can't do it anyway because of the way they're strapped, and that whole thing's got to be changed too. The problem here is this team has been like scrambled eggs. It's like playing Clue, okay? And the problem is because every guy doesn't know who they're playing next to every night. They've had, 25 different starting lineups?
Yeah, the only thing I would say about that, Ken, and I appreciate you, buddy, it's great to hear your voice. They did that last year. You know, like they I think one of the things I like about Kenny Atkinson is that he uses the regular season to jumble up the lineup and figure out what works because that's how you then throw things out to stick at the wall in the postseason. Like, I don't know. I hear a lot of the talk around the Cavs. I think it's just to avoid the conversation. The core 4 is either not healthy or not playing up to their potential. And do I think some of that is usage? Yes. Putting Jared Allen on the bench in the fourth quarter and so that Evan Mobley could play the 5, guys, it's not working. So you either have to get Jarrett back in there and rebuild his confidence from that, or you need to keep playing Evan at the 5 late in the game and hope that magically this turns around. But it's like there are some usage things. There are some things I can hear, but most of it, guys, the core 4 is not getting it done. It's as simple as that. This is a top-heavy team with their best talent, and those guys aren't doing their job, and it's making it harder for the guys off the bench to do their job. And at some point, that becomes some sort of a catch-22 where just nobody can get it done on any given night.
I think that, unfortunately, like the trade doesn't do a whole lot. And I think that the sad part is if you leave this core 4 the way it is, and I don't necessarily fully disagree with that. Like, I think the core 4 is in place. I don't know how many trades you're making. Like, you look at this team that they've had success, but like Kobe Altman built this, put it as the only team in the second apron. They kind of like, put their cojones on the table a little bit. And we're like, we're going to stick with this. It'll be reflected on like the Donovan Mitchell portion of in Cleveland will be reflected on as a massive failure for what they should have been.
In case you missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Time out! Time out!
92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Anthony Allant coming up at 7 o'clock. Dom's on the board. I mean, we got a couple candidates for Italian Men of the Year, along with Jonathan Peterlin, who did find out he's like 5.3% Italian. It's a very loaded race here on 92.3 The Fan. Lima's not getting a second time. He's not going to get the old Kevin Stefanski, two-time Coach of the Year, and you just split the vote with D'Amico Ryans. Not at all. But big thanks to our guest today. Sal Capaccio of WGR in Buffalo joined us at 2:40 to talk about Sean McDermott getting fired. That was really great stuff. And, of course, could he be interested in Cleveland? Cynthia Freeland at 3:20. She said the Browns are not that far away. She's pretty confident that with a right head coach hire, the Browns could be right in that picture as of like next year. Get her reasoning why. 3:20. Also, thoughts on Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta. Sean McDermott, all the many things, and then Mary Kay Cabot at 5:20 today, the latest on the Browns head coaching search. Well, we've had a quite long show, and that means it's time for In Case You Missed It.
All right, Nick, let's start back in the NFL. We've half hit on this today, but Bo Nix breaks his ankle in the final plays of their divisional round game. Now Jarrett Stidham having to go into the conference or the championship round of the NFL playoffs. Do you have any belief that the Broncos can actually be led to a Super Bowl win with Jarrett Stidham? I didn't even think they could be led to a Super Bowl win by Bo Nix. I definitely don't think they even have a fighter's chance against New England.
I hate that I have to do this because I think he's just a repugnant human being and a total kiss-ass. I got Sean Payton. That gives him a chance. He's one of the coaches that, and again, like Jarrett Stidham has been so bad when he's actually played. Sean Payton doesn't necessarily trust the backup position to nobodies. If you look at some of the backups Drew Brees had at the end of his career, like Jameis Winston, oh my gosh, there were a couple other that they kind of, Luke McCown was one for a hot minute. He tends to always have guys that fit his system and can do similar things to what the starter can do. Beyond that, I don't. That's a great defense, though. That is a great defense. Like, there are parts of me that's like, I think they just... Like, the toughest matchup that Denver's going to have was Buffalo because of Josh Allen, and just you beat Josh Allen, you can beat anybody even without Bo Nix.
I still don't think, like, a Bo Nix side of this is just, like, again, I think that Bo played, like, relatively well in that game. I thought he played, obviously, well enough to take down Josh Allen and play against that Bills defense. You put Jarrett Stidham against him, just about anybody. I always feel like the better quarterback pretty much comes out of the way. And I know, like, Nick Foles was tweeting about it, being like, Denver, you're not done yet. It's like, well, I mean, can we compare the two teams? Like, Eagles are much better probably set up to win a Super Bowl in that season than the Broncos are right now.
I don't know. I mean,
the defense is a big part, but
that's
the
a
offense
great defense, a great offensive line. They've got a couple weapons. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that was, if you go from the offensive line to the defensive line back, those are elite teams in Philadelphia and in Denver. Yeah. Again, I'm just such a non-believer in Jarrett Stidham. I'm inclined to believe no, but Sean Payton could just screw everybody over on all of this.
I'm kind of a non-believer. Buffalo was kind of that team also wasn't very good.
I disagree. That was an incredible game.
No, it was a great
game. There are a lot of people who believe that New England just would have waxed whoever came out of that game. I think we're conflating a great game and maybe the fact that both teams looked flawed in one way or another with the fact that, I think both teams are just really, really good. I think that was a better matchup than New England-Houston because, well, that quarterback can't play.
Well, yeah, but I don't think – I have no belief. I didn't have belief in the Broncos even going into this game. I thought the Bills were going to be better, but I was not to say that I had a very high belief in the Bills because a severe lack of weapons and everything else there, too. You're kind of just riding on the back of Josh Allen.
Jake,
hoping.
I don't know if you can help me with this.
Okay.
But I got a problem in my house.
This is bad.
And it actually hurts my feelings more than I care to admit. Mongo, since we got him, our beautiful, now 4-year-old Labrador, has been a dad dog, right? Mm-hmm. The earth his earth has revolved around me, and I've noticed over the last couple months, switched his allegiances. Vanessa is now his person, and I don't like it. Now, for the first 3.5 years, she was really sad. She's like, man, he just loves you more. And I was like, no, he doesn't, but secretly I knew. I knew the truth. And now that I'm on the other side of it, I don't like it.
Was there anything you think that actually flipped it? Was there an individual moment that flipped your dog's allegiance?
So she works at home.
This is a hard thing to battle.
And I think she just feeds that dog treats throughout the day. Like,
Okay, this is
not
an
like
easy
she's
fix, then.
seducing him to her side, but she just constantly is like, oh, I'm eating this, you get a piece. And Dad has slowed the treats because he's getting older, and because we can't go for walks every day like we had been. I actually think that's what it is, though, now that we say it. So because the weather's changed, I'm not going out there every day and going on a 3-mile hike with him around the property. I think he's mad at me. I think he's like, you know what? Mom and I just chill here. You, bleep you, Dad. Bleep you. You don't play with me enough.
No, you tend to make dinner a decent amount, right? In your household?
Yeah, I mean, on the weekends, both days, and then I'll make like a crock pot once or twice a week.
Okay, this is easy. When you're cooking, and I know the type of man you are, and it's not summer, so you're not grilling out, but I know there's protein in that meal. Give the dog a little food. Take him right back. If she's feeding him treats and a little bit of what she's eating throughout the day, you're making him. I mean, if that dog's getting bacon in the morning and then some other kind of protein, he'll be right back.
I think I'm about to go the other way. I'm about to get a girl dog and have that be my dog and play real. You want to play emotions here, Mongo? See how we do.
I don't think you win that. See, because what the battle here is, Vanessa's still at home. Vanessa's at home. You're still going to lose. What if you lose the girl? What if you get another dog to combat Mongo and lose the allegiance to that dog?
That's a great question. I'll get a third dog. I'll keep getting dogs until someone's like, this man is the alpha, and that is my man. Okay, I didn't like that. I didn't like the way that one came out. That could have been worded better.
It definitely could have been.
Yeah.
No, I think just feed the dog. Just feed the dog.
I
some
feed him in the
human
morning.
food.
I feed him his actual breakfast.
Yeah.
I ensure that he's fed. And kibble, it's not 1997. There's other dog brands now. It's called Blue Buffalo, Jake.
Okay, I was just talking about I think we've kind of conflated those two terms of the brand and
I think
the actual
you
type
have,
of food.
not
Yeah.
me.
I think a lot of people
I feed him
have.
real food.
Jax, if I say kibble, do you think I'm talking about a brand or just dog food?
Just dog food.
Thank you.
Do you have a
hard
dog?
food? Yeah.
Backfired
I've
on
had
me.
dogs my entire life.
Oh, look at me. I'm Jake.
Just saying. Just throwing it out there. You're just stop feeding him. Like, come on. If somebody walked up and started to be like, here, Nick, every single day you're going to get a piece of bread for me. And then all
That's
of a sudden.
profiling. You saying that to a fat man. That's
no,
profiling.
no. Listen,
oh, Nick,
I
if
can't-
every day somebody give you a piece of bread,
A fat
make it a
can't
chocolate.
profile a fat. That's not how this works.
Yes, we can. I almost said they. Yes, we can.
No, that's not how this works. If
Yes,
I call
we can. I profile other fatties all the time. What are you talking
but
about?
It's kind of like a tip of the cap type moment. Like, oh, you're allowed to.
I disagree. I'm shaming them.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you go ahead and do that.
I'm just kidding.
I think that you start to feed them some food. If somebody started feeding you bacon on the side after that piece of bread, you're going to like that person a lot better than the person giving you bread.
It's basically how Vanessa keeps me around, but it's not bread, guys. It is not bread. But
You're not gonna out-freak this
freak, okay? Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. She would say the same thing. Big thanks to Michael Marcotte producing and doing many great things back there with the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you missed a second of the show, you can watch us back on YouTube. You can see how uncomfortable Jake is at the notions of my bedroom activities.
Just back it up.
On 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, Anthony Allant, Big Dom, this is a double team of trouble coming up in about 5 minutes here. Jake, great stuff today, buddy.
Thanks, Nick. Let's have some fun throughout the week. I'll talk to you.
I think I'm going to be in trouble for having fun throughout the week. JP, coming up, going to be back tomorrow. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.